the group for gender, and we started our discussion on the basis that at the onset, we were not at nil, we were at some point, and so the key is whereby if where it's drawn, it's before pedal, and then the playing parts is after pedal. Now, with course alignment, there was consensus among the majority because unfortunately we're few, one, and secondly, some of us also are yet to implement because soon after the training, then they went on recess and therefore they've not been able to actually apply pedal. So we are at 60% on average. And then on teaching methodology and also theories, we combine the two. We feel that we didn't start at zero. On average, it was at 20%, and we are now at an average of 70%. And then on assessment, we feel that we were at about 18-20% thereabout, and with the application of pedal, what we've learned in pedal, then we've moved to again about slightly over 60%. And then there's technology enhanced learning. Now here, there was a little challenge because as much as then we have the information on what we've learned in pedal, application became a challenge simply because of a lot of issues beyond our control as individual lecturers. And in most of our universities, what has come out is that we are bogged down by, things such as lack of the actual facilities. And for that reason, it's at, we started about 5%, and there's not much movement specifically because of lack of facilities, and therefore we are somewhere at about 25%, but we are also in consensus that if we had the facilities, we'd probably be somewhere beyond 50%, and therefore that is somewhere an area that requires a lot of restructuring by the institutions. And then we also went ahead and tried to analyze, given that it was a gender group, tried to analyze the gender mainstreaming aspect, not just on our part as lecturers, but also in terms of the entire program, pedal program. And we feel that okay, I have to say that, given that it's our area of expertise, we feel that, that there's a little more that pedal can do in terms of the content that is being imparted on us to ensure gender mainstreaming in the pedagogy in general. And we felt that maybe it would be a little bit unfair assessment, given that it's our area of expertise. But yes, we must mention that we feel much more can be done in terms of the content that is being imparted to learners here to ensure gender mainstreaming in the entire program.
Oh, that's a unique way of clapping. All right, thank you. Do we have any question? The group? Okay.
Thank you. I was just thinking that the plotted graph seems to have shot the threshold. I don't know that I'm right or not, but I'm feeling that it has. I think 5 was given as max. Is that? Max? No, you give us a threshold. Yes. And that's why. Yes. This graph has overshot that threshold. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that that was intentional or a mistake.
Group members, you can clarify that?
This is the time.
Yes.
Use the mic. August 2018.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is
So you read the marks. Oh, thank you.
No, we have
That's very
Problem solved then? Okay. Any other question?
Thank you. The team mentioned that as gender experts, they feel that there are some areas in which Pedal can deepen the content. Can we kindly share more specific details of that? Because we are keen to improve the content for future trainings. So to help us, if they can identify the specific areas which they feel the content can be improved.
Okay. What I can say is, among us also, we were like 4 of us, and we happened luckily to be joined by at least one who was not from gender. And what has come out is that as much as we, as the experts, felt it was short and could be enhanced, this particular individual felt that, given it was his first time, it was perfect and the impact was great. So what I'm saying, in other words, is really we probably need to actually sit with that content and probably help in redesigning it a bit so that we're not going to give like specific areas, but in totality we feel that more can be done. So we can only go into that detail if we are to look at the actual content, at a sitting. So not specifically, but it was a general feeling among all of us that apart from one who was not a gender practitioner, that really content can be enhanced. So we're not going to go into specificities at this time, but generally we felt that much more can be done. So I want to be very specific.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to raise this observation that as we also identify the challenges, it will be good to think about the way forward. How do we overcome those challenges? Because this is a work that we do on a daily basis. If you are teaching and there are some difficulties that constrain your teaching and learning, it will be good to engage amongst ourselves to find out a better alternative. And probably we may have to reflect that also in our course outlines as we review them and in our teaching plan sessions. All right.
Some of the challenges we identified are things that are beyond our control. Like someone said, using the technology enhanced learning, the learning theories, that she had problem because at times she has only, someone said, too little class. The class is too small. You have just 1 student, 2 students. How would you engage them in the role play, in the simulation? And there are cases of where there's a large class. So these are things that are beyond, there are some challenges that are beyond our own control.
All right. Yeah, probably they require more involvement of more actors.
So we are still gathering feedback from our participants, our guest lecturers, and our presenters as well. We are still coming to you live from Mombasa, White Sand Beach Hotel, Nairobi, Kenya. We are privileged to have one of our guest facilitators. She made STEM look so simple to us yesterday, and we want to have a moment with her. Prof, you are welcome to AAU TV.
Thank you.
I know your name, but you tell us your name, your university, and then also your portfolio in that institution.
Okay, my name is Oyedunton Adediran. I'm from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. and I'm a veterinarian. I teach veterinary parasitology, the head of Department of Veterinary Parasitology, University of Ibadan.
It appears University of Ibadan is so much strong in the pedal. In terms of participants, you have the highest.
Well, that's because from the first taste of what pedal has to offer, the uptake was from not just the participants there, but straight up to the Vice Chancellor. So we had the support of the Vice Chancellor to enlarge, to step down, to train. He actually wants us to train all academic staff. So that's why the uptake is so strong, and University of Ibadan seems to be very, very strong in this.
So what is all about pedal? You know, when there's a new wind, people want to know what is it about pedal that makes teaching, learning in our university so unique that everybody must join?
Well, my own first taste of pedal was February this year at Entebbe in Uganda. I went for a training there, and it was like a wow. This is it. This is what we need to make sure that our education, our higher education in particular, is very relevant to the society we're living in, especially in Africa. You know, the mode of delivery was broken down to what you could easily relate with and what the learner could also easily relate with when you're teaching a particular subject, topic, course. You know, it has an holistic view of teaching and learning, such that it's no longer the teacher downloading. It's not like the teacher just giving the information. The learner is encouraged, is stimulated, is motivated now to learn, to acquire knowledge in his own way, such that at the end of the day, you are not going to be grading a fish on its ability to climb the tree. Rather, you grade a fish on its ability to swim in water. Each learner can find his niche if the pedagogy strategies are appropriately applied to teaching that higher education.
Great. And this is fantastic. I wish every academic on the continent really has some of these things in mind. Yesterday, one of the key things that came out was that every lecturer in our universities in Africa must have access to this data, must have access to this training. How do we do that?
It's really very important. For example, let me use the University of Ibadan as a case point. After a few of our staff were trained by pedal, and the Vice Chancellor was invited at a point in time, and he also saw what this was, we went back home, and then we spoke through the postgraduate college to the Vice Chancellor on the need for us to be trained to do certain things better than we are currently doing it, for better delivery. So we started first through the postgraduate college to do a curriculum design training. And so that was the first part. And after that, the news went round. By the time the university now organized a full pedagogy training for about 250 academic staff members, the awareness was already very high. And when we thought, oh, how can you bring in people from morning till evening and expect them to stay, we were pleasantly surprised. Because as we started from the first day, people were already motivated. It was like this was what we were yearning for, to make us more effective. And so that was the way we did it. That's the way to go about it. Now we have 250 from various faculties. Now let me take my own faculty as a case point. We have formed a pedal group. 11 of us were at the training. 1 from every department, 2 from my own department because I'm head of department and I'm privileged to have been trained through pedal. So I was there partly as somebody being trained and partly as an accessory to the trainers. And then somebody from my department, that made us 11. The 11 of us had formed a group. We had gone to the dean to inform him that this training must be stepped down to every faculty member. So currently they are at home now meeting and planning the date for me to arrive, and then we can now see how we organize this training, maybe 2, 3, 4 days, just showing them basically what we need to do to be more effective. So that way, I believe every academic staff in every university can have a taste.
Absolutely wonderful. Yesterday, I picked one key thing from your presentation. You made a very good statement that STEM is not a subject, but it is the application of science, technology, mathematics in everything that we do. And it was mind-blowing. Can you just tell us why you think that statement is valid?
STEM is an integrative approach. It's a process. The skills that are acquired from science, technology, engineering, and mathematics being applied. And I said everybody applies STEM in one way or the other. And if you remember, I made the example of the woman roasting plantain or maize, and then she has to balance the wire mesh or the coal pot and make sure that not too much to this side, not too much to that side. That is STEM in action. And in as much as we make learners to understand that STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, has application in everyday life, we cannot stimulate them to go higher into it or go deeper into it. So for me, and generally, STEM is an integrative approach. It's a process. It's bringing in science into technology. It's bringing engineering and mathematics together. And like I said, remember, if you remember also, it's not enough for us to train engineers who will say, okay, this thickness of this pipe made from this will actually transmit heat at this rate, without them being able to say, okay, if the joints are made from this, the nuts at the joints are made from this metal, what will be the conduction rate at that joint because it is from this metal? What will be the effect of corrosion? What will be the effect of abrasion? You know? But when they're able to bring the knowledge of science, chemistry into it, they can now, as engineers, determine how best to apply the instruments that they have.
So would you agree with me that, now on the continent, everyone is talking about STEM? All policies and interventions and scholarships, sponsorship, everything is going into STEM, leaving the other subjects behind. Do you think that from your own point of view, it is the right way to go for Africa, or we need to integrate all of them?
No, I don't think STEM should be focused upon to the detriment of other disciplines like the arts and humanities. Like we always say, there's art in science and there's science in art. So we cannot devolve science of the arts and humanities. And like I said yesterday, if an artist wants to draw, he must be able to draw proportionately. That is science. And like I also said, it is nothing to train somebody in STEM if that person does not have the human core values that will make that training relevant, applicable, and properly utilized for the societal good. So, in effect, if Africa needs to know their history too, where are we coming from? How far have we come? Where are we currently? And where are we going? That is history. And like I said, it's easier to stimulate students when they're able to follow the history of, okay, the first person that attempted to manufacture an aeroplane, something that can fly, how he started, where he went from there, and finally how we got to where we are today. That is history. So it plays a role. Their eyes are opened. They begin to see opportunities around them. To this person started from here, and look at how and where we are today. So it's not good for us in Africa to focus on STEM and leave other things. It has to be hand in hand, working together. They always say that a people without history, what happens to them. But it is necessary for us in Africa to have policies that has not just the action plan, but implementation plan, and also to follow through. It's not enough we sit down in big committees, we make policies, every country must have this, you must adopt this is what we want to achieve, but how are we going to achieve it? How do we bring things together from kindergarten up to higher education? That is what we need, a systematic approach, an action plan, implementation plan that we will follow through.
I must admit that you are a great teacher. I enjoyed your lesson yesterday, and I hope that I will get the opportunity to listen to you again. Thank you so much for talking to us. Great.
When we talk about female genital mutilation in the Maasai community, they take it as a taboo for a girl who is not, who is not circumcised or who have not done female genital mutilation. So, I mean, if a girl refuses that, she will not be part of the family.
FGM normally occurs to young girls as young as 9 years old. And what happens is the girl most often is forced to go into a room that is usually, the room is constructed of cow dung and ash. She's laying on a very dirty floor on top of a dirty mat, and she's held. She's pinned to the ground. Her arms are held and her legs are held open. The people that are performing that ceremony are often drunk. They've made home brews and they cut. The level of cutting differs per group, but they do cut the girl genitally, and no anesthesia is used. It's actually very, very painful and very dangerous.
I think when I talk about FGM, I may not be having a lot of experience because in our community, they always do, this is a mother-daughter thing. You know, men are not supposed to come close to when they're taking their ceremonies and all that. But at least through learning, I've got some experience. I know there are a lot of complications because the first thing, the health part of it is not, the objects they use are not clean. I mean, it's something that really affects the young girl's life.
Forced early marriage happens to girls as young as 9 years old. And it's not even marrying somebody that they fall in love with, not that a 9-year-old would fall in love, but they're marrying men in their 40s, their 50s, their 60s. These men have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wives. But these men are considered the best suitors for these young girls because to the villagers who are giving or selling these girls into marriage, they see these men as good providers and very experienced husbands.
When you're marrying off your daughter, you get cows in return. And that's very valuable because, you know, also it is the pride of this man now counting how many girls he has married off. So sometimes they take that advantage, like they want her go because she will get into the line of the county that now we have 10 girls who have given her away. So it's the pride of the family. And I would say it's really regrettable because young girls get married as young as 12, and for me, I would say this 12-year-old girl is a baby, maybe giving birth to babies. And they have a lot of challenges. They have the health challenges like complications during childbirth. But you see now, because this is something that has been in the community, they just believe it is supposed to be like that. There's no escape. Everybody has to go through all that pain, through all those complications because it is their way of life. But for the girls, this is really very challenging.
Charities are going over to Kenya and they are speaking against FGM. They're talking to the mothers, they're talking to the daughters, they're talking to teachers, fathers. They're speaking against FGM and forced early marriage. But aside from that, the children are in school. And so they're learning and the girls are developing their own voice. They feel that they have a right to now speak out against it as well.
Some of the parents are now getting, they are now believing that it's bad to do that to the girls. And now the girls are happy. They are not, some of them are even telling their friends that since they were not done that, it's good. And some of the parents are now discouraging others. They are talking to others about this practice. And then maybe later or very soon, nothing like that will be done to our girls here.
I am pressing on, I am pressing on, I am pressing on, I am pressing on, pressing on, I am pressing on.
Allow me now to go to the other perspective. You told me there are many stakeholders. And some of the stakeholders you can see are very much against this practice. Now tell me, why are these stakeholders against the practice? Who wants to go? I know some of them you have mentioned. Why are these other communities, or even among us, the impact masters themselves, why are some people against the practice? What do you think? Yes, another matter?
I think there's the issue of human rights. that girls are not given an opportunity to choose as to whether they want to go through the operation or not.
But two things you mentioned there. One is women's rights, and the other one you mentioned is girls and then even children that are being made to go through a process at the time that they are not making their own decision. Somebody is pushing them to it.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's one of the things I want to choose. But the other thing is from the people that have experienced this process.
Very good.
The people that have been initiated and have suffered one way or the other.
Very good. The suffering.
Yes.
The
So
suffering
people that have, not everybody experiences the same way. I'm talking from a Sierra Leonean perspective.
Very good.
In Sierra Leone, the WHO says it's type 1. But there's a recent research that shows it goes from type 1 to 2.5. So people just cut different.
People cut different.
Different.
Okay.
And people experience it different.
And people experience
so
it
you
different.
think just the tip of your clit was cut.
Yes.
And then you find out that your labia, your clit, and the other parts are gone after examination.
Very good.
So people that have experienced this, we are campaigning against it because they know what they've got.
Very good.
So people go to have children, they start bleeding.
Very good.
And then the doctors connect that bleeding to the cut that they had.
Very good.
Because there's no elasticity. So it comes from that angle as well.
So there's a permanent effect and a negative one
For some
women who are gone
for
through
some
it,
people.
as for some people, depending on the way it is done.
Exactly.
Okay, very good. Please let me hear.
Yes, I think every stakeholder has a reason of why he is objecting on the matter.
Very good.
Like the doctors.
Yes.
The doctors, they see like there are some infections that are transmitted from one person
Very
to
good.
another.
There are diseases that can be transmitted
Yes.
as a result of the process.
Yes. The government is seeing like he's losing its people.
Very good.
If some are dying, some are becoming infected.
Government is seeing something.
Yes. So that is the reason.
Very good.
Okay. Yeah. Another reason.
Yes.
Okay. From the perspective of the international community.
Yes.
Would be that some of these people are coming from cultures where FGM has been stopped.
Very good.
And so they now see it as an evil and they want that extended to everywhere.
So they're using their own world views
Exactly.
of how life should be like to tell these other people this is the way you need to be.
Exactly.
So stop this problem. Okay, but what? Keep going. Yes, all these things. What's the matter?
The other reason is the deprivation of formal education to the girl child.
Very good.
Because some get married as young as 8, 10 years.
Okay, very good. Deprivation of girls. Keep going.
Yes, another reason has to do with religious beliefs.
Religious
like
beliefs.
in the Bible, there is nothing indicated here that a woman should go through circumcision.
You sure about that?
Yeah. I've perused here. I'm sure that's it. There's nowhere in the Bible that a woman should be circumcised.
Okay.
But men should be
Yes.
circumcised.
So you're saying according to the Bible, men should be doing it.
Exactly.
And not women.
Exactly.
But there are people who are saying even men should not be doing it.
Well, that's why I said from the Bible.
Okay.
Abraham was given circumcision. And even the Quran as well.
Yes.
Abraham was given circumcision.
Very good.
So it's has to do with religion also.
It has to do with religion.
And from what you told us that from the story we read that even how it was first propagated that you should stop was your missionaries and
Very
like
good.
that's it.
Very good. The
Most of
missionaries
Peru
actually
is,
started. Very good. Excellent. Yes, please go ahead.
I would say that the reason as to why the family and the community have started being against the practice is one, in our community actually they do it. I'm a Kenyan and from Usi community. Something that has been there actually, I've seen even people, ladies who have undergone it. And what they are told is that it makes them feel like they become responsible. Then there is that woman who is able to adhere to what the man is.
Very good. That's the reason they do it.
Yeah.
Why are these other communities against
So
it?
they are against it because now you see like the young girls that now are growing, you know, in school there's this sensitization and awareness that has been taking place and
Yes.
advocacy.
Very good.
So you'll find it, even if the parents want them to go through it, the children, especially the generation now, they have been empowered. So they will tell their parents, no, mommy, no, this one I can't.
So education is empowering them.
Yeah.
And they are seeing this is not a good practice.
Then NGOs, of course, you know, they are
and NGOs as well. Okay,
Yeah.
why is it that others are against it?
But I want to ask a question. Normally, we know.
We want to ask the question.
You.
I don't know how to go.
Yeah, okay. To everybody. The question is, whenever we're discussing this thing of FGM, there's something that you miss. Are we against the practice or the method of carrying out that?
Tell me about it. What do you think?
I'm asking. I don't know.
Tell me your idea.
Why? Because we have these practices.
Yes.
If you go to South Sudan,
yes.
Listen to this. The Dinka mutilate people's faces.
They mutilate the face.
Yes. We have not had anybody talk about that.
No. Go ahead.
So I'm asking, are we
you
on
want
the
us to
practice?
talk about all mutilations, including the one of the face?
Yes.
All right. Anyway, yeah, please.
From statistics,
yes.
For example, if we look at Kenya,
yes.
the communities that stop the practice earlier
yes.
are seeing more women participating in development than the communities that are still practicing.
So they connect the two.
They connect the two, and they see like it's a way of suppressing it.
It's a way of bringing development if they stop the practice. Okay, please tell us the second last.
Okay. Well, when I was read, I was sort of giving a response to the question there. Culture is an aspect that is valuable in every society. So it is not that we should be only looking at the negative side of culture and the negative side of doing it.
Okay.
So
there are positives and negatives.
Yes.
Okay.
Therefore, I would think it would be ideal to review that the content of that culture. And then we are able to use another approach of maintaining that culture without causing harm.
Okay, and I will come to that about maintaining the culture without causing harm. Please, if you can pass the mic there. Can I have the last two, please, and then we can move on? Please go ahead.
A big stakeholder in all this, you have these NGOs, they form to fight FGM, so they have funding.
They are funded.
Yeah, they're well funded. So this is like their daily bread is their job.
So you think the purpose of all these campaigns is to get funds?
It is
For some.
For some.
For those NGOs. So I wanted to give an example. You have the Chagas. The Chagas used to do it. But these days they don't do it. And they stop without any anti-FGM campaign. So the other factors which can make society change its culture, without these campaigns. So it's a culture which maybe as time goes by, they will regard it as being useless. So these campaigns, although they can be good if you think FGM is bad, it's not the only way to do it.
It's not the only way to do it. Okay, very good. Please go ahead.
I just want to stand for this. So remember, we're only referring to what was in the case. So the countries who are supporting this, and I'm only looking now towards the males, how many of the males in this audience support the practice for whether it is, and remember your opinion, so whether it's for religious, tradition, cultural, how many supports the practice?
At the cost of?
Not at the cost of it. How many support the practice though? Because it's embedded in the culture and Are the males uncomfortable to say that they support it? Okay, so just do this, like I just want the males to support it.
Who don't support the right of passage as such, or the cutting?
The cutting.
But the cutting is the right of passage. Which is the difference? That is the passage.
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah? Supporting?
No, I was asking for clarification.
Yes.
is the support in line with, is it in line with the practice or the methodology of how it is done? Because I was coming on that point on this argument that there is another way.
Yes.
We could impart that cultural knowledge without cutting. We could, for instance, hold annual or community kind of sensitization. We convert that information into drama, into songs, and the community gets to know that it was part, the reason why it is there are known, other than cutting physically. And that means if it is done that way, then I would support, because it is maintaining culture. But if it is a methodology, then I would not support.
I have to go through this. Please, in the interest of time, and the point you're saying is you're qualifying the question.
Yeah.
So you may support it depending on circumstance.
Yes.
All right. So a question is qualified. That means for your response, there are some people supporting, there are some people not supporting. Please go ahead.
So Kathy. So are your partners cut? That's my question. Are your partners cut? Think about that. No, you can't support something and then.
Okay, please go ahead there.
Excuse me, no, just like you said, you know, in some cultures, it used to be done in a very primitive way, which actually was leading to accidents, mutilation, inability to control the complications. But later, even some of us engaged in it. I know all my daughters were circumcised in the hospital, not the normal one that they put them on the flag at home and they just bring the archers man to come and cut. Now, yes, because that was our cultural belief. In fact, I didn't even think my wife asked for my opinion before they did it. But I knew that they had stopped the local one, which was actually the one that was the problem. And in fact, in some places it used to be done in a ceremonious way, in which all girls of the same age were brought together, and the man will come there, and everybody. And in fact, inability to do it was seen then as not belonging to the community. So, but now, some of these things have changed from those old practice of, it's just like so many things. Even when you want to cut this thing, I don't know, the one that you block your throat. There used to be the local way that they just bring one very sharp object like this, press your tongue with a plank and just cut it this way. It was done in those days.
So what you're saying is there are different ways of doing it.
Yes, but
some
now
they support some ways of doing it.
It is still happening, but now they have modified in some communities the way they do it.
They have modified it. And that brings me to the next question. If you want to say something, I hope you don't want to shoot anybody there. Are you okay? Very well. You have to take the mic.
I think I have concerns about the fact that any pain is bad. Any pain is bad, and no one should be caused any pain. So that's natural, but you shouldn't, instill some pain on me because you are a man or because I belong to this tribe or not this tribe. Now, I'm kind of thinking that I'm kind of thinking that maybe the Maasais could redefine the term circumcision, because it doesn't have to necessarily cause pain to anyone. Now, when the Morans, still in the Maasai, go to the, to the bush and they kill a lion, when they come back, they are also exposed to some rite of passage. And I see them, poking the cow, and then they drink fresh blood. That's also a form of circumcision. That's a rite of passage. But it's more, humane. It's not as crude, as to what the girls and the young girls are exposed to. So I think going forward, we should actually ask the Maasais to redefine their term circumcision, and especially the process of arriving at it. We have our lawyers here in Kenya, and they exercise taking busa, for those of us who know that local brew, but they do it from the same gourd or pot, you know, and then they are very long straws. But the thing is, all of you must drink from. Exactly. So mine, that's my.
So there can be alternative ways of rite of passage. Fantastic. In the interest of time, I see some hands up. I don't know to ask the next question. Feel free to go by. But you want to tell me the answer to this question? It is true there are forces against it. Government has worked on it. The church has worked on it. So what did we say here? From the time of independence, decrees are made by the president. Acts of parliament are passed. How come it is still being practiced? Why can't it be stopped once and for all? Why can't we put the army there?
I think we have to, first of all, educate the people to value, to understand why they should not do it, instead of just bringing policies.
Okay.
If you bring wiki arguments like pain, if I came here, I was given an injection and it was painful, but I'm happy.
Yes.
So pain cannot be a reason. There should be something deeper than. So if you don't give the right reasons why people should live a practice, so you gradually teach them to value why they should not do that. Otherwise, you lose the battle.
You lose the battle.
Yeah, unless they get it as a value and they believe that it's a value for us not to do this and do the other. They will never.
Their worldview.
Exactly. So they should. It should go inside them. I call it education to value. You educate somebody to understand why he should choose or she should choose to do something or not. It's very key. Yeah, it's very key.
Very good. Thank you. Please go ahead and pass the mic there. Yes.
Yeah, I think that the point I want to make is that we disagree on issues of value, and I don't agree with you that all pain is not acceptable. There are some pains that are more terrible than pleasure. In fact, since you really progress through experiencing pain, if you're a sportsman, you don't want to experience any pain, how are you going to drill yourself to be able to run faster than every other? And when it even comes to other things as well, sometimes it's painful, but people enjoy it.
Some things are people enjoy it. People ask for example. Go
Depends on me by someone else is not good pain, and I repeat, you don't have to bring that pain on me. If you do it, then that is bad pain.
Slowly. I promise you, I'm going to organize a dinner discussion, and that particular question will be answered during dinner. Please go ahead.
Okay, let me say that I think I'm feeling the debate here is about an issue of the process and
Please remember the question.
Yeah.
Why are government charges
I'm going
all
to
these
that.
years failing? Why can't we stop it? Something.
So to your question, we have policies in place, isn't it?
Yes.
Our policy basically is to provide a course of action. To provide a solution.
Very good.
But we can have those policies, treaties, but then those people that are supposed to implement these policies do not have the will, do not have the capacity to go to those people and talk to them.
Are you seeing a failure of will and capacity of the policy implementers in this case?
Yeah, because if there is no enforcement mechanism, enforcement does not necessarily mean what you say means. No, there is a way that the implementers of the policy
enforcement mechanism
need to go to the people and ensure that at least they understand. It's not enough to tell. I was even telling my group members, it's not enough to tell someone don't do this. You need to give someone a reason why you should not do that.
You have to bring a reason.
Yeah.
As he's saying, you have to change their value, their worldview.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Two more and then.
I believe the circumcision is a Maasai culture.
Yes.
And we cannot really advise them to redefine their culture. What they only need is to know the pros and cons, but they are the only ones who can change that particular culture. So you can make people's culture differently as an outsider.
Very good.
Yes. We are living in democratic societies for which leaders are not 100% voted for as a result of, say, every part of the country is voting. We have opposition. Maybe opposition can even stand against, say, oh, I will support, I will even give money for people to go through it, for them to get votes. So in that sense, even if you do a policy, the policy will not be effective in some areas that they don't love you as a leader. And definitely it won't work there. So the practice will still continue.
Very good.
In my opinion.
So you have to think about how the policy, good as it is, will have to be drilled down to the bottom to make it work. Very good. Give the mic there.
Mine is as simple as this.
Yes.
There should be a reason why these people still hinge to that practice.
Very good.
So as you address it, you need to put into consideration those reasons.
Those reasons.
And then you should be able to have feasible alternatives that are workable and do not cause harm. So the challenge is that possibly those addressing the issue have not yet come up with feasible and suiting alternatives.
Very good. So you have to fill in the void when you remove it, so as by providing an alternative. Very good.
Sometimes too, there's a belief that cultural issues are dealt with properly by advocacy, not with policy.
Yes. Sometimes you advocacy, not just policy. So you need strong advocacy. In a situation like this when you want to change culture. I want to play a little clip here, and we see a different person with what they think. And this is the president of Liberia, I think the former president of Liberia. Let's get this. Oh, sorry, this is the wife, sorry, the wife of the president. And somebody...
FGM for me is a very critical situation. I have had a meeting with the people concerned, people campaigning against FGM. I cannot talk anything against FGM. I'm a circumcised woman. I am a circumcised woman. It doesn't matter. No.
In your capacity now, you are a circumcised woman. But you are also a force element of the country.
Yes.
You are fighting against the child marriage and so on. So
I am. Okay, listen to me. I have seen the consequences of what early marriage does to children. I have seen how he has destroyed people's life. I have seen the worst thing that has happened to a child who will have a child. And she is 12, 13 years old and then have a child. She cannot look after herself. She cannot look after her child. And I was once a victim because at the age of 12, I knew who my husband was supposed to be. It is only by the grace of God that God saved me. But if not, by the time I was 15, I would have been shipped off. Remember, I'm a Jahanka woman, so I would have been shipped off. Just God saved me because I went to England and I deliberately refused to come for the wedding. I deliberately told my family I'm not coming. So I know the consequences. But do you want me to go and stand and talk about circumcision when I'm a circumcised woman? I do not have a problem. I had 3.
All right. In the interest of time, we cut it there. That's a very senior.
I have 3.
October is here again, and as you know, it is World Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You're welcome to Health Africa, your favorite health show on television today, and it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Each year, this month is dedicated to creating awareness about the importance of breast cancer detection. And today we are here to talk and focus on some of the risk factors associated with breast cancer. My name is Isabella Teta Henakwa. Please stay tuned and we'll be right back. You're welcome back from the break. This is still Health Africa, your favorite health show on television today. As I said earlier, today we are going to talk about some of the risk factors associated with breast cancer, which is menopause. And I'm here with a beautiful lady. I'm going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to us. Hello, Miss Gina.
Hello.
You're welcome to Health Africa.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we start with the discussion, I would like you to introduce yourself to our viewers.
Okay, so my name is Georgina Asari, and I'm a physician assistant currently working at Trauma and Specialist Hospital.
Okay, you're welcome once again.
Thank you.
Well, October is the month for breast cancer,
Yeah.
and as usual, we are here to talk about breast cancer. But before we start, I would like you to briefly tell us in a layman's term what breast cancer actually is.
Okay, so before we go to what breast cancer actually is, we need to understand certain basic things before we can discuss what breast cancer is. So we'll talk about what a cell is. So a cell is a basic unit of life, which helps in everyday activities like processing the food we eat to give us energy and help us continue with our everyday activities. So when these cells are found in every part of our bodies. So when these cells grow abnormally, they're supposed to grow, eventually die off, and new ones to be produced. But when these cells do not die off for new ones to be produced and they keep on growing, they tend to invade other parts of the bodies. And wherever these cells are and do not die, they are termed as cancer cells. So when these cancer cells are found in the breast, that is what we term as breast cancer.
So the breast cancer cells that are not dead.
That are not dying.
Okay, they're not dying.
Yes, there are normal cells in the body that are not dying.
Okay.
So they tend to increase in number and invade other parts of the body.
Okay. Do they infect other cells?
They do not actually infect other cells, but then these cells go into other parts of the body.
All right, okay. Now, I'd like to know some of the risk factors. Today, we are here to talk about some. So tell us some of the risk factors and the causes of breast cancer.
Okay, so the cause of a cancer is actually not known. We don't actually know what is causing the cancer, but then we know the risk factors which will cause this breast cancer. So as far as you're a woman, you are at risk of getting breast cancer. Okay. And if you have a personal history of breast cancer, so if you had a previous breast cancer and it has been removed, you can't get the breast cancer again. Yes. And if you have a family history of breast cancer, so let's say your mother has breast cancer and any of your aunties has breast cancer, you are likely, and any of your siblings having breast cancer, you're also at risk of breast cancer. And then early menarche, that means having your menses at a very early age, before 15 years, you are at risk of breast cancer. And when you have your menopause at a very late age, you are at risk of breast cancer. And your race, the fact that you're an African, you are also at risk of breast cancer.
This is racist though.
No, it's not racist. So you have certain diseases that can affect the African race and certain diseases that can affect the Asian race. So depending on your race and the kind of condition that is likely to affect you.
All right, okay. Now, let's move to the symptoms of breast cancer. We've been told that you need to, when you start feeling a nerves or a numb in the breast, that's when you have a breast cancer. Aside that, are there other symptoms of breast cancer?
So the fact that you are feeling a lump in your breast doesn't mean you have breast cancer.
All right, okay.
So first of all, you have to examine yourself. So as a woman, you can admire your body. There's nothing wrong with admiring your body every day in the mirror. So as you look at your body, you look at your breast. So when you look at your breast, you may realize that one breast looks bigger than the other. So when you realize that, that is an indication, or that should prompt you to see your physician. Yes. And another symptom of breast cancer is you may see something we call peau d'orange. That's orange peel. So you may see some dimplings on your breast. So that's also an indication of breast cancer. And then you may also realize that there is some discharges from your breast. So it can be a bloody discharge or a milky discharge in a non-lactating mother. So if you are lactating or you are giving breast milk, it's normal to have. But if you are not giving breast milk to a baby, then there's a problem. Yes, there's a problem. And also you may realize some swelling, like a boil-like swelling in your armpits. The breast actually extends way to your armpit or your axilla. So you may realize some swellings there. So that should prompt you to see your physician. Oh, and also the lump, as you said. But the fact that you are seeing a lump in your breast doesn't mean you have breast cancer. There are other conditions that may cause you having the lump in your breast. So when you realize that, the first thing to do is to go for your screening at any health facility. And also we do some tests we call the mammograph. So this mammograph would indicate whether you have a breast cancer or it's just a normal fibroadenoma. That's a swelling in the breast. Usually normal. We just give you some pain relief to relieve the pain. So yeah, when you do that, and it's detected you have a breast cancer, we don't just start the treatment. We go on to do something called a fine needle aspiration or biopsy. Then we know the kind of breast cancer or the stage you are in. Then we know what to do next.
Now, getting to know the stage you are, as you said, actually tells how serious the breast cancer is.
Yes, sure.
I'd like to know some of the stages of breast cancer.
Okay, so as I said, when we do the fine needle biopsy, the pathologist will indicate the stage you are in. So we have the cancer stages being 0 to 4, and we do something we call the anatomical and the pathological staging to know the kind of stage you are in. So when in the stage 0 is not really a problem. So stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, then
it's
stage
up to
4.
Stage 4.
Yes.
That's the highest.
That's the highest. So depending on the stage of cancer you have and the kind of treatment you may give you. So some people will tell you that, oh, when you have a breast cancer, that means you are going to take off your whole breast. You may lose one breast. So then I won't go. I'd rather do a herbal treatment. That is very wrong. So let's say when you're at stage 0, we'll just do a resection of the breast and take out that cell, the tumor from your breast, and you are free to go. You have both breasts. So sometimes you may have to remove the whole breast. Sometimes you have to remove both breasts.
Both?
Yes. So it will depend on the
stage
you are in, then what we would do.
Why would you remove, what is it going to affect the other breast? That's why you're going to take both breasts out?
Yes, sometimes if the the cancer cell has gone very far, we will have no option than to
take out.
Yes. Have a resection of both breasts. That will be the last stage actually. Then you do your chemo to prevent it from spreading to other parts of the body.
Okay, so it can even spread to the armpits.
Everywhere, to your heart, to your liver, your ovaries.
And that's also another name for it.
Yes, please.
Alright, okay. Now, let's move to menopause, as you mentioned, as a risk factor. I'd like you to tell us what menopause is. Is it when you don't menstruate anymore, or there are other definitions for that?
Okay. So as a female, as a woman, in your adolescence, you start experiencing what we call monthly flow of blood. That's produced by your body. So your body has what you call ovaries. So the ovaries are supposed to help with that production of the blood and all those things, and it will result in the shedding of the uterine lining. If you don't get pregnant at the end of the month, it will result in menstruation. So when this menstruation is occurring occurs every month for a period of time. When you have your first menses, we term it as menarche.
That's the first.
Your first menses. So it can be any age. Sometimes there's an early onset, that's before 15 years. Sometimes it can be a late onset. Some people can go as far as 18 years before they experience their menses. And all that is termed as the menarche, as I previously said. So when you experience your menarche, you have this monthly flow of blood until you are about 45 to about 50 years, depending on your lifestyle. That's when you start experiencing your menopause. But the menopause doesn't start at once. It gives you signals. So as you approach that age, 45 to 50 years, you begin to see certain signs. So you may not have your menses this month. It may come the following month, probably a day or two. Then it gradually decreases. So that's how it happens. Then, so after 12 consecutive months, if the blood doesn't come anymore, then we can say you have menopause.
And you're not going to menstruate anymore.
Again.
And do men have menopause? Do they experience menopause?
Okay. We term it as andropause.
Andropause.
So andropause is a term used for decreased level of testosterone in men. So when their testosterone level is reduced, we term it as andropause. And they have similar symptoms like menopause. But luckily for andropause, when the symptoms is seen on time, we can reduce the rate at which is speeding up. So when a man reaches the age of 40, the testosterone level reduces 10%.
What's the testosterone level? What are you mentioning? What is that? Is it the sperm
It's
level?
a hormone. It's a hormone in the body, which is responsible for the sexual activities or the sexual activities of men. So when it begins to reduce, they have low libido. That's reduce sexual feelings for sex. Reduce feelings for sex. Yes.
Before we go for a quick break, I know there are two types of menopause: the premature menopause and then the late onset menopause. Can you tell us the differences between these two?
Okay, so the premature onset of menopause is when a woman reaches her menopause before the age of 45 years, and the late onset is when a woman has her period or her menses till about 55 years before the menopause sets in.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what causes that?
Okay, so for the premature onset of menopause, some breast cancer treatment can cause it. So these breast cancer treatments, like the chemotherapy, will end up affecting the ovaries, which is responsible for the production of the estrogen. Yes.
And then
which is the estrogen is responsible for the female sexual characteristics. So when anything that will affect the ovaries, so it can be an ovarian cyst or ovarian tumor or the surgical removal of the ovaries can result in premature menopause. And certain lifestyles like smoking can result in premature menopause.
How about the late onset? What causes that too?
The late onset, the cause is actually not known. But yes.
We are going for a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue with the discussion. If you just tune in, you can follow this discussion on our social media handles, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and AAU TV Official on Instagram.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAU TV @aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
You're welcome back from the break. This is still Health Africa, your favorite health show on television today, brought to you by the Association of African Universities. We are here talking about breast cancer and menopause with Miss Gina. And before we went for the break, she's enlightening us on what breast cancer is and what menopause is. Now we are going to look at the connection between these two. Miss Gina.
Yes.
You're welcome back.
Thank you.
Now, kindly tell us the relationship or the connection between menopause and then breast cancer. Menopause is a factor, is a risk factor for associated with breast cancer. How is that connected?
Okay, so with menopause, when a woman reaches her menopause, her estrogen level, which is a hormone in her body, which is responsible for the female sexual characteristics, begins to reduce. It begins to reduce. So when this happens, the woman is likely not to have breast cancer. Okay. So with the late onset of menopause, as I said initially, they are exposed to this estrogen for a very long time. So they are likely to get breast cancer.
They are likely to get breast cancer. Instead of the premature.
So when you have the premature onset of menopause, the estrogen level reduces. And when this happens, you are not at risk.
Okay.
So this breast cancer is associated with an increase in the estrogen level. So when you have a high estrogen level, you are at risk of getting breast cancer.
Okay, so those with the late onset,
yes,
they are at they are likely to get breast cancer.
Yes.
Right. Now, with breast cancer, what are some of the various treatments? When, let's say I have a breast cancer and I go to the hospital, what are some of the, according to the stages, right? So what are some of the treatments for breast cancer?
So the treatment is, we have two procedures. That is a surgical removal of the breast.
Okay.
So with that, we will resect the affected breast. So when the staging of the cancer has been known by a physician, you will know whether to just take out the tumor that is causing the breast cancer, whether to resect the whole breast. And sometimes you resect the breast.
Resect as in cuts?
Yes, you have it surgically removed, but you still have to do a chemotherapy. That's because the cells has probably spread to other parts of the body, or when the breast was removed, not all the cells were able to be removed. Yeah, so we need to have the chemotherapy to kill all the cancer cells.
Now, what is the chemotherapy? How is it done?
Chemo, you undergo certain radiations that your chemotherapist will indicate for you.
Now, you made mention that there are 0 to 4 stages of the breast cancer. So let's say I have the 0 stage. What is the treatment for me?
So that one will just resect the tumor.
Okay.
Because it hasn't spread to other parts of the body. It's just at one place. So we just take the tumor out.
And can't I take any medicine for it?
No, there's no oral therapy for breast cancer. So if you are told that there's this herbal medication that will help you with breast cancer, please, it's a lie. There's nothing like melting the lump or melting the cancer cell.
Now, can you tell us what men and women can do to reduce their risk for getting breast cancer?
Okay, so the first thing is to examine yourself. You are the individual. So examine yourself every time. And when you realize there's something wrong with your breast, just see your physician. And if you smoke, you have to quit smoking. Yes, that will also help you. If you are obese, you have to live a very healthy life to help prevent all these cancers, all these unnecessary illnesses. Yes, and when you realize you have a family line of breast cancer, please do well to go for regular screenings. This will help with the early detection of the breast cancer.
And I actually forgot to ask this. Can treatment for breast cancer actually cause menopausal symptoms?
Yes, some treatments like the chemotherapy, as I said, can affect your ovaries. And when this happens, your estrogen level goes away. And sometimes the cancer would have spread to your ovaries. So we have no option than to
take it out,
remove the ovaries. And this will cause menopausal symptoms. When that happens, you are put on an estrogen therapy. So let's say if I'm 20 years, I have breast cancer that has spread, which will require my removal of my ovaries. We will put you on your estrogen therapy.
And this discussion, I'd like you to say a word to our viewers. This month is breast cancer awareness. So just say something to our viewers.
Alright, sure. So October is pink, like we already know, and the government has given us this month to create awareness of breast cancer. So as a woman, take advantage of it. Visit all health facilities and get your breast examined, so that if there's any problem, if you are likely to be at risk of breast cancer, you'll be detected very early. And when you are told you have a lump in your breast, or when you realize you have a lump in your breast, that doesn't mean you have breast cancer. Do well to see your physician so that the necessary procedures are being done, so that you have a healthy life, you live a normal life. And when you are told you have breast cancer, that's not the end of the world. You can have it removed and you'll be alive and have a beautiful life. So yes, breast cancer is curable only when it's detected at a very early stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jenna. And I would like to invite you again on breast cancer or any other topic.
Alright, sure.
We've come to an end of today's discussion, which is menopause as a risk factor associated with breast cancer with Ms. Jenna. And as she said, breast cancer is curable, so it's best you go and then you check yourself up so that in case it is detected earlier, it can be cured. My name is Isabella Hinakwa, and this is Health Africa, your favorite health show on television today. If you just tuned in, you can follow the discussion on our social media handles, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and AAU TV Official on Instagram. Bye.
Now we are here for this pedagogical training. We are acquiring or renewing our understanding of the various innovative skills for catalyzing learning in our various campuses, in our various classrooms. We are talking of case method teaching. We are talking of role plays. We are talking of simulation. We are talking of technology-enhanced learning. Now, having acquired all these skills, methods, and techniques, it makes us, already we are leaders in our respective spaces, heads of departments, deans, professors. But with these new skills, is added another obligation as pedagogical leaders. So what we are going to do from now on is to examine the principles of what, if we can make it in inverted quote, a good pedagogical leader. We have a number of them, not exhaustive. Collegiality is one. Reflective teaching is another. Faculty development, self-awareness, communication, and so on and so forth. But because of time, we are going to focus on these three in the meantime. That is collegiality, reflective teaching, and faculty development. With respect to collegiality, can we have ideas of what we mean or what collegiality means to us? What is collegiality? Ideas, contributions? Thank you. When we say collegiality, when we hear collegiality, what does it mean?
I think it's borrowed from the word colleague.
Okay.
Colleague.
Okay.
See yourself as equal in that business.
Okay.
Not like Oga and
not like Oga at the top. What? Okay. Okay.
You're okay with collegiality? Relationship between faculty members.
Good. Relationship between faculty members.
The relationship is what?
Only. You were saying something, Antoinette.
A good relationship or a bad relationship?
Yes.
A good relationship, exactly. A collegial relationship. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, basically, I think the two definitions can serve as a guide for us. First, looking at each other as equals, as colleagues, and then among faculty. So, collegiality can mean a whole range of things with respect to relationships that we build among ourselves in the academic environment. But I was trying to ask Madam Professor that is it faculty members only, or does it transcend the academic environment? It transcends. How?
If there is a good relationship in the academic environment, it translates to the students. It's like home. If there is no good relationship between the couple, the children will feel it. So the students will feel it when the relationship is not good. And if it's good, the students will also feel it. So they are learning subtly to relate to each other as well.
So, but the relationship among colleagues.
And here we can reflect on one of the best examples.
Okay.
Think about co-supervision. When you were being supervised, master's, PhD thesis, and you had 2 or 3 supervisors, and you knew from the beginning that the supervisors don't agree. Translate it to how the student is able to deal with the supervisors.
So, if the relationship is truly collegial and is positive, it will rub off on the students. So basically, collegiality can take 2 paths. There is the non-academic collegiality, which may take place outside of the campus, outside of the academic environment. But there is also the academic one. So, with respect to non-academic collegiality, it can manifest itself in the various routines and social interactions that take place outside of the campus among faculty members. We have some informal gatherings that we attend together. Can we think of that? Naming ceremonies, birthday parties, weddings, yes. And even some religious gatherings too can bring us together outside of the campus. So, do we have respect for each other? Do we tolerate divergent opinions? Or do we impose our own opinion on others? Do we respect diversity? Gender diversity, generational diversity, and so on and so forth. Do we take responsibility? So, With respect to academic collegiality, this will take us to how we share workloads among ourselves. Are we fair in the distribution? Are we equitable in the distribution of the workload? They are big questions. They are big questions. They are big questions. So, what about collaboration in teaching, in research, and in community development? What about mentorship? This word is a big word in the academic environment. And it means different things to different people in different places. I've had a professor who will say, come on, I'm the one that want to mentor someone. Am I the one to be going to knock on his or her door to say, please come, let me mentor you? So, but the mentee is so scared of actually walking towards this big professor. How do I even start to introduce myself to this person? The way it plays out in different contexts. How do we break it? How do we unpack it? How do we innovate it? So this will take us to these questions we have put forward is to catalyze some thinking and reflection. And this thinking and reflection, we will deepen it by organizing a symposium, a brief symposium, where we have panel members helping us to understand how collegiality plays out in different contexts and across generations. So, Saidu, can we have our panel members coming out for the symposium? Our panel members will share with us their experiences of collegiality in their various faculties and campuses. What are the challenges? What are the obstacles? What are the dimensions that collegiality takes in different spaces?
Like I said, I'm from the Faculty of Public Health. I'm a lecturer one, academic staff there. So, thank you for now.
Okay, I'm Catherine Chowen. I'm from the Department of Psychology.
Omoyemi Ogumike from Physiotherapy Department, College of Medicine.
Okay.
University of Ibadan.
The name is Chinedu Mulia from School of Business, University of Ibadan.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll begin with Catherine, while being gender sensitive and being aware and compliant. So Catherine, can you get us into how collegiality plays out in your faculty, in your department?
Okay, let me focus on my department.
Okay.
And a little on the faculty. Okay. When I came in, I was, I think there were just 2 females in the department when I joined the department. And I was...
That was how long ago, please?
22 or 3 years ago.
Yes, okay.
So I was expecting a situation in which we'll be given direction as to what to do. But, you know, we're 4 in my set that particular year. And we're just grappling, you know, trying to navigate blindly because there wasn't a sense of direction. It was after that we got to realize that in Faculty of Arts, for example, in Faculty of Education, they had just some kind of informal mentoring as to how to move, when to publish, where to publish, how many papers, you know, just a guide as to what to do, but we didn't have that. So we're just moving and moving, you try this, you try that, and you know, combined with that was the home front. So that in a way affected progression for me in particular, because I had a colleague while I go, well, then my son was doing school run in the morning, I was doing it in the afternoon, and I was exam coordinator. When you are done and you say you want to go and pick your children, my HOD then will say, no, it's not yet time. And sometimes we stay there until 6.
It's not yet time to pick your kids in school?
Yes. It's not yet time because departments has to finish this within this stipulated period of time. We have to submit tomorrow and all that. So there was a kind of, I won't call it frustration.
Was the head of department a female?
A female, yeah, but then age gap, experience-wise, quite wide. Her children then were in the university and married, and mine were just coming up. But you know, for her, once you get your assignment, do it. And I had a male colleague, once it's true, he leaves. No matter what you say, he wasn't going to stay back. And then nothing was done to such a person. Anyway, yes, that was how we made it, and then gradually. But then it affected publication, you know. At a stage, they were emphasizing single authorship then. It is now that joint authorship is becoming, so sitting down to publish once, to publish as an individual was a bit challenging. But you just have to look for a way of doing that. Meanwhile, because eventually I became my faculty representative on Faculty of Education Board. In my faculty, to get to an Excel position, we had to use about 25 papers. And they had less in Faculty of Arts and Faculty of Education within the same university. So these issues are, they are I don't know.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Catherine. You can go on and on and on. And you know, from Catherine's, intervention, you can see a lot of things coming out. You can see generational gap in collegiality. You can see issues of promotion came up, of course. A lot of issues already mentioned. So I will hand over the mic to Omoyenmi first. Then we will hear from our male colleagues too.
Thank you very much, Fatai. Really, I came into the University of Ibadan some 11 years ago, though I was working outside the city. I was working at the Olabisi Onabanjo University for some years before coming into I actually did my career one way or the other. So by the time I finished my PhD program, then I entered into the University of Ibadan. In a way, I think I had something that would say
experience, a better experience.
Yes, because when I finished my career, so because of certain things I perceived in the department where I was initially, as in where I finished my first 2 degrees, then I noticed that it was not really that conducive or so accommodative. Then I decided to go back all the way and came to a new department, not a real total faculty. Then by the time I was able to finish, I had a very good mentoring, and the person that mentored me was very motherly. In fact, each time she was always asking, what are you doing? How are your papers? In fact, yesterday right here, I received her text message asking me, have you heard anything about the papers you put down, you know, that as in the next step. So, very hardworking individual, and she
a male or a female?
A female, and she was always ready to push you ahead. So I really had a very good mentoring, and I try as much as possible to also do it to my young colleagues. In fact, in the department they call me Mama, even though I don't think I look so mama-ish. So I try as much as possible to impart what I had gained onto others. Though I've had a very serious work schedule. At a time, undergrad coordinator in departments, now PG coordinator. This will be my 7th year of being the PG coordinator in my department, and from time to time acting dean, dean. So it's been, but I've been trying to manage.
So we have 2 contrasting experiences. First, for Catherine, at the beginning it was tough, it was difficult. She had to be groping in the dark for what the direction should be. And frankly speaking, when Catherine was talking about picking her kids from school, and her, should I use the word boss or the head of department, was not sensitive to that part, In my mind, I was thinking the head of department would be a man. But that it was a woman, for me, was actually a surprise. But the point is that Omoyemi then has a different experience where she had support at the beginning, and that helped. How does it look like IO when you join, and then connecting that with the discourse on collegiality?
Thank you so much. I want to say I share the same experience with Omoyemi, because when we came in, about 3 of us that joined the department then. Unfortunately, we don't have undergraduate in my department. We have master's program and PhD program. Mm-hmm. So,
what department is that?
That health promotion and education.
Okay.
So, when we came in, we had these professors who had the experience, and they are well connected. They have programs on them. So one way or the other, they will bring you up. They call you. Are you interested in this program? If you want to. So one by one, they will call you. There is one of them that used to be fatherly. During my PhD, I joined the department without a PhD. So along the line, I got my PhD. Almost on daily basis, it will come. How far with the program? It will sit down with you and tell you things of how to do. That was the day I nearly cried, because when I remember my father and the way he used to react to me, that was the picture I got from him. So all along, it will tell you, this is what you do, this is what you do. And about 3 of them like that, they will tell you, for your analysis for chapter 4, this is how you're going to do it. At a point, I had about 4 versions of chapter 4. Sometimes I will be having my bath, idea will come based on the previous discussion in the bathroom. The moment I get out, I'll change the whole.
So, but IO, what about questions of load sharing, collaborative research? How does it?
Yes.
What was your experience?
For load sharing, sometimes you, the juniors, are the one who will bear much of the burden. You teach together, but for marking and for some other things, it is you. For research, collaborative research, they involve you from the conception, the planning, the implementation, evaluation, even to paper writing. And the make room, we concluded one just April, a 3 years project. We had about maybe 5-6 papers, about 3 countries, including Swiss. So we had about 6 papers from Nigeria, some from Zambia, the other one from South Africa. The lead investigator is from Swiss. So who directs? So for paper and the stuff, we have.
So this you're painting a very good picture. How about when money is involved in collaborative research? How does it?
Well, it depends on individual again. There is one. It doesn't care. Whatever is in the budget is what is given to you.
Okay.
And there's some other, they want to squeeze everything out. Just take this one, money this one.
Okay.
You don't have to complain.
Okay. So let's hear from the last panelist. Yes. Well, okay, it's from the School of Business. Okay, that is interesting. So.
Well, I don't know if I'll be a perfect example considering the kind of picture you are trying to paint. Because as a School of Business, one thing that is professionalism. I was in the private sector for about 14 years before switching over to that place. I started with the School of Business. The first director was a female. Excellent rapport, excellent work condition. We were there in the work together. We were there in the sharing of money together. And then for we over there, when you are giving workload, we don't see it as a burden. It's empowerment. You understand?
Because there is reward.
Because there's a reward for it.
Okay.
You understand? And then it's not a case of title. Because it's about what you know. Your competency. You understand? And then when a new director came in, being a male from a department like economics, people told me all sorts of things. Blah, blah, this will happen, this will happen. So, the man came down, heard my story, let us work together. And it's been the same thing. We share the work together. We share the money together. You understand? And it's been sweet. It is sweet for us. He guides.
So, this collegiality, how does it play out when it comes to promotion, when it comes to career advancement?
Believe me, sir. Like I told you, sir, in the School of Business, sir. Okay, let me give you a scenario, sir. We just finished conducting Viva for our students, and my director was not there on this particular occasion. He left, and there were some very two senior lecturers who were there, and I turned down 2 people's work. And this person, who are you to turn down? You mean if an establishment is a professor and he comes, you will do this? I said, my director has handed over this. I am the coordinator. As he is, so am I. I will not compromise.
Wow.
And so it was a bit of a tussle. They called him. He just kept quiet. He just said, "Don't worry, I understand." And when he came back, he said, "Look, don't mind them. Don't mind what they tell you.
Just do the
over
work.
here. It's not the case of title. It's the case of
what you can do,
what you do, and what you can do." Right. And that has kept me going as an individual in the School of Business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we will want to turn on to the audience. You've heard our panel members, and what we are discussing is the issue of collegiality in the various contexts. We heard from the sciences, we heard from the business school. What contribution do you have to make to this conversation?
Thank you. Mine is not a contribution, so to say, but I still want to put a question. Okay. You said something similar, but it appears they all dodged that question.
Okay.
Well, it was good that some of you had fine, wonderful experience, with your colleagues in the department. But what happens when we talk about, you said something about career, like publishing together. What are your experiences when it comes to working together in terms of publication? How do you deal with competition? How do you handle undue envy?
Yeah, that's
issues like this. Could you please share a bit about that?
Thank you very much. I envy Prof and our sister when they were talking about the glowing experiences.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I think it is departmental. From what I've seen today, it depends on your department. In my own department, it is the opposite.
The opposite of what?
Of all these rosy things they are talking about.
Okay.
In fact, my MSc, I spent 4 years on it. I had finished the first 2 years, but one of the results was delayed deliberately for another 3 other semesters. There was no mentoring, nobody to tell you what to do, what not to do, and we were, like he said, groping in the dark. Until I had somebody, a professor. He wasn't a professor then. He said, if your department will not benefit you, go and seek help outside. So I went to biochemistry, I went to physiology, and then went to UCH, chemical pathology. And by the time I worked with just 3 about the professors, I had about 23 papers. I was publishing and publishing, but all those papers did not emanate from people in my own department. So I think it may depend on the department. Some of these people, like my sister, they are lucky they were in a place where they had loving people to mentor. Some of us were not lucky. We did not have such grace.
But Prof, before I move away from you,
yes.
And now by the grace of God, you are able to cross those hurdles.
Yes.
And now you are at the top.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Mentoring.
What are you doing to those who are coming from
here?
You
can ask those who are there now. We are, at least within the first few years now. I was the first PhD there. There was no PhD. That was the only department that had no PhD in this university. As at 2005, anatomy department. Thereafter, as soon as I had the PhD, we started. Now we have 5 PhDs, and at least in this year alone, we have put up 2 people, and they have become senior lecturer, and one is going to become a reader very soon. So we are not going to pay them. We are not paying them back with what they did to us. The people who are coming.
Let's clap for Prof. Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Okay. So, okay.
Please, sir, my question is this. We have been talking about someone that mentors and a mentee. What happens when the mentee refuses to be mentored? That's my question.
That's a very valid question. It's an important question. It's a very important question. I think we'll come back to the panel. You have the opportunity to contribute. I think central to this conversation is the question of mentorship. If Catherine had been mentored appropriately from the beginning, and she was not left to her own devices, she didn't have to grope in the dark. From day one, she hit the ground and she was running with the support of those who were before her. Probably she would have grown faster and become more grateful to them. But we have many people who have similar experiences with Catherine's all over. So what are we all doing to improve collegiality in our various spaces? So I'll pass on the mic to the panel so that you can respond to some of these issues while we draw the curtain on this section.
All right, thank you so much. About mentoring, in my department, it's been established that one way or the other, you'll see a faculty member who is interested in you. About competition, we have different units. I'm into child and adolescent health, I'm into health communication and bioethics. So how do you find someone again in that field? So issue of competition, maybe I'm trying to get this paper. As a matter of fact, I go out of my department, health policy for instance, we collaborate together, people from nursing and from other departments. So
but sorry, I.O. You know, you are in a particular area.
Yes.
When you are going to the top, competition is about space, about vacancies. You still have to compete with people who are not from your own subfield. Okay. So competition is still there.
Okay.
Anyway, we can move on to Catherine and then we move on to others.
Like I said, when we're coming up, when it became, I think when I was about to get to lecturer one or senior lecturer, we realized that the issue of joint authorship was coming up. So we decided that one, you write an area, then 4 of us will contribute. Is that how to put it now? I do one, I include your name, you do yours, include mine, like that. So, yes. Sorry? No. I carry out my research. You also carry out yours. You also carry out yours. 4 people. And then in your own, you include this other person's name because part of the easy analysis, we have someone that handled analysis. That was competent. That was his area of competence. So he did that. If you have to look into literature review, you do that. So for each of the papers, that was the contribution. Because at the end of the day, you are going to write your percentage contribution. Now it got to a stage 2 people didn't do. And they still included their name. How do I say it now? They still included, we included their names in our own paper and they didn't include ours. Yes, it was a serious issue.
That is free riding.
Maybe. And then, my promotion, for example, was affected. How? My last promotion was in 2006. Until it was taken finally in 2004. Last year, backdated to 2014. Yes. It got to a state that if you ask about my issue in the Faculty of Social Sciences, at least 5 people will be able to tell you. It got to a stage in my department, call for application, I presented once, second time, third time, fourth time, it wasn't taken. In fact, the first time after I presented it to the HOD, she said, what's that? I said, my application. He said, no. I said, well, he said, you cannot go. Yes, quote me, I can say it anywhere. You cannot go. I said, what happened? She said, when are you applying for? Then it was 2009. I said 2009. I said, take it to 2010. And I said, no, I'm not going to do this. So I applied and dropped it and I left. That was the genesis. First time, not taken. Second time, not taken. Third time, not taken. Fourth time, not taken. Until I wrote to the faculty board. It was at that point, yes, A&P faculty at that level. I had to write, yes. It was that time it was turned back to the department and time was going. Along the line, my colleagues were just moving and moving. But you know what God did subsequently? By the time my promotion eventually came and it was backdated to 14 instead of 12, now my name has gone up there. Initially, it went down the ladder. When I want to sign is it returns we call it? I see my name at the final end. Meanwhile, my colleagues had moved. Now, see, the competition is there. Why you have some people support you to move, you have some people collaborating with other people to pull you down. So the issues are different. When it comes to mentorship, finally, now I didn't have that. But what I've done now, in fact, in the faculty, I also speak to some, especially women, because the issues are more than what you go through, yes, in the faculty. So what I do is, for example, UI Acada platform. You have call for papers, conferences, and all that. So I just have them on my WhatsApp, what do you call it? Group. And I forward to them. If I have conference, there's one we are going together now in November, I forward. But I call you. This was my experience. I want you to go through it this way, not this way. If you are ready, we'll work together. If you are not ready, also well and good. So when somebody says those who are not, who refuses mentoring or something like that, I tell you, if you are not ready, I leave you. Pick on another person, and that's what I've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Catherine. That's an experience. Please. Yes.
Well, I don't really know.
Very briefly, 1 minute.
Yes. What I want to say concerning issue of envy or competition is that we're all humans. But what I believe in,
you already exceeded the time.
And what has helped me over the years is I do my work. Whatever has to be done has to be done. And we already know that in the academia, you either publish or you perish. And the University of Ibadan is even another story. Because there's this issue about a percentage authorship. So we found that a number of us, we find it difficult to collaborate because we want to have 100% or 80%. But interestingly enough, there is one of my colleagues that we have been working together and it has helped us. So we do a lot of work and we just continue. And we give ourselves, like deadline for this month. We're going to have about maybe 4 papers, but at least we bring out 2 or 1. Okay. So we keep on working.
Thank you.
And that has really helped us.
Thank you. So finally, business school.
Well, I will start by saying that I don't know if I'm a perfect example to fit into all these stories. Because first of all, business school is relatively young, 4 years, and there's not much of faculty yet to probably cause all this rank and acrimony that I hear of and everything. It exists, quite all right. I've had my own fair share in different ways, But for me, I know this is an academic environment, but this is what has worked for me. And it's my secret formula. You understand? I have learned in life not to look up to men. I have friends, I have rapport, I have leaders, I have mentors. But I don't look up to them for my progress in life. It has worked for me. Because there have been cases where they have said all sorts of things about me. And the very people that they are reporting me to is the same person defending me. And then the person that later goes, okay, if I take away this job from this person, are you ready to look what this person is doing? Even when there's no money, he's willing to bring out money from his own pocket to do it. Are you ready to do it? Once they get to ask that question, everybody starts retreating. I only come back later on to hear this was what was said, this was what was done. For me, it has always been, forgive me, God all the way for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we are about to have an important contribution from the back. So,
good day, everyone.
Please open it and set it in.
Good day, everyone. I am Gray Ejikeme, all the way from Jos. There are other people from Jos here too. The topic is so interesting that I can't be here and keep quiet. So please permit me. I'll be very brief. In a digital era, that's an age of information and communication technology, I feel that some of us who are mentors need to be counseled so that we will cope with the era. Otherwise, if our mentees notice that we are deficient in some areas, they won't tell us for fear of being victimized by them. Some can do that. They may keep quiet. And this is why, as a mentor, you have to be up to date in the area of the current technology, so that you will not be digitally challenged. If we describe you as a professor of 20 years, 30 years, that is digitally challenged, is a problem. And this is why I have this for us. For instance, how many of us call mentors can use the smart board, what to call the whiteboard. Some universities in America call it blackboard. As you are doing a presentation on mentoring, you minimize the slides and surf the net so that your mentee, your candidate, PhD candidate will know that you are competent, you are live, and not the other way around. The other way around is that some of these people call our mentees are more competent when it comes to the use of the computer and the internet. And it brings shame to me. I'm not happy about that. What about, some of us talk of PDF, portable file document. And you're a mentor, you don't know the meaning of that. You can't convert from Microsoft Word to PDF and vice versa. You want a software, your candidate, your mentor is looking at you, he's laughing at you. He knows that you have a problem. And no, it's not a laughing matter, it's a very sad thing. What about the use of softwares and statistical packages, such as the SPSS, AP Info? Can you use it? You know how to use it to guide your student when it comes to data analysis. You should know how to do that. If you enter an American classroom now to do a presentation, nobody will help you. The students are watching you, CCTV, they're evaluating you to know your ability to analyze data, to guide your students very well. You may have all the ideas, all the concepts about Karl Marx, Lenin, and so on in sociology, but if you don't know how to deliver your course digitally, you have a problem, and we'll have to think about that. Many of us in the social sciences make noise about the APA side, whereas they don't know what it is. Where there should be maybe the ampersand, before the ampersand there should be a comma. If you send your work to me level, for that alone, your paper will be moving back and forth to disgrace you before your student. It's very important. Now, many people make noise about the APA. And digitally, if you want to do the APA style, you can do it without pains. You put the cursor, second line, and then indent. It does it all. If you don't know how to use the computer to do the referencing, there are many referencing styles. It's not the APA, you have the Chicago, and so on and so on. But for us, in social science, you mentioned psychology. I'm a professor of psychology and social work. And so on. The Excel is a very stubborn thing to use in computer resource. The Excel. You can use it to, order the names alphabetically. And then summary too can be done. How many A's and so on, if you know how to do that. Don't allow a student to teach you that. It's a shame if you allow your student to do that. His perception of you will be you are a mediocre, you have deficiency, and so on. Colleagues, there are many things to be said, but the important thing is that in delivering course, try to be up to date in the area of the use of the computer and the internet. I am Professor Gray Gozeme Jikeme, the DVC admin, University of Jos.
You're welcome, Professor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this passionate intervention. And I think this is why we are here with PEDAL. When we leave this place, we will be better pedagogical leaders in our various campuses. Professor Aruna, I think we have to take Professor Aruna. No, we have to take. Don't worry. Please.
Thank you very much. Somebody mentioned the issue of the mentee refusing to be mentored, and I think it was not very much addressed. Well, let us not assume that all of us here have from the bottom of our hearts to be teachers. Some are here because of accidental discharge, in the sense that they are accidental teachers. That was not what they wanted to be. So definitely, you will have that category. And how to deal with that category is actually patience. You have to be patient. As Fatai mentioned initially, do I have to go and knock on his door and then ask him to do certain things because his mentor? You just have to do it. Thank you.
I can testify that you are actually a good mentor because he is my own mentor, and I'm very proud to. Please. Yes. Okay.
When we talk about a mentor-mentee relationship, little I know about it is that a mentor is not God, and he's not expected to know everything.
But there must be a relationship, the cordial relationship between the mentor and the mentee. That is what is important.
Okay.
Plato says that all that I know is that I don't know anything. So if a mentor wants to prove that he must know everything, he is not God.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we should see mentor-mentee relationship as a symbiosis, as a two-way relationship. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On this note, please, we'll give our panelists a round of applause for the wonderful con. Thank you very much. And then we'll draw the curtain.
Welcome to the first episode of the second season of the CGC show on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Today, we are coming to you live from the tonsorium of Nate the Barber's Place here in Accra, Ghana, and I am your host, Aja Omi. Do follow us on our social media platforms at AAU_TV on Twitter, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and at AAU TV Official on Instagram. Today, we will be discussing quite a very interesting career path. We will be discussing tonsorial artistry as a career path, popularly known as barbering. My guest is ready, I am ready, and I hope you are ready too. Do stay tuned. We'll be back after the break. Watching the CGC show on AAU TV, and today we will be discussing tonsorial artistry, also known as barbering, as a career path. And my guest is in the person of Mr. Nathaniel Dogbe, popularly known as Nate the Barber. Welcome on the show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making time, and I really like your space, honestly. You told me this is your second place.
It is the second one.
Wow.
Yes.
What inspired you to do it? Can you introduce yourself?
Anyway, I'm Nathaniel Dogbe. Most people know me as Nate the Barber or the hairmaster. Yeah, so I'm a hairstylist by profession, an entrepreneur. I'm 27, and yeah, I just love art. So yeah.
So what actually inspired you to choose barbering? I mean, looking at the time that's gone, there was a time that barbering wasn't a profession that people would want to venture into, and it was really looked upon. What inspired you to do barbering?
I think it wasn't something that I really wanted to do, or maybe I went into because I wanted to be a barber.
Okay.
It was just something that came along the line.
Wow.
Because growing up, I was into art. I really loved art, so anything arts was something that I would want to know a bit about. So I had a friend who had a barber shop at the time, and then I would just go and sit at his barber shop and just as friends and all that. And then one time, I think there was too many people at the barber shop, and he was okay. I had to help him out with the kids and all that. And before that, I used to draw the pictures in the barber shop. So let's say the haircut. You know, back in the day, if you go to the barber shop, there is haircuts, pictures, and all that. So when the people come, they choose from. So then I ended up drawing all the pictures from the barber shop, and then there was nothing to draw.
From your imagination?
No, like because I did art in school, and I was like very little in school. I was doing art and all that, and I was a person of art. So I would just take my art book and I go to the barber shop and I'll draw the haircuts. So I had an idea about what to go about, like the haircut and all that in the drawing. So one time there was too many kids in the barber shop, and I had to help him by just bringing the kid's hair down, and then he would just do the rest, because I mean it would take too much time for him to start all over. So I mean, when I started doing it, I realized it was a bit of what I was doing already, because you have to do shading and all that. The fade in the barbering is sort of like shading in a haircut, or maybe a drawing. So I think once in a while I go to the barber shop and I help him and all that, and then I realized it was something I liked. So I was just doing it once in a while, and then it got to a point where people started liking what I was doing.
They started liking you?
Yeah, the haircuts I was doing for the kids.
In his shop?
In his shop.
Was he not disappointed?
Not really, because it wasn't something that nobody ever thought I would take serious. I mean, myself, I didn't think I was going to take it serious anyway, because I would just go and just be there, and then once in a while. So when the kids started liking the haircuts and all that, and I also felt like it was something that I enjoyed doing, because it was also art, then I was like, okay, let me look into this thing a little bit. So then when the kids are in the house, they'll come by, and then I'll do their shape up, I'll do their lining, and it was something I was enjoying. So I was like, okay, this is nice. But then I didn't know I was going to take it as a profession.
So at what stage, as at that time, were you?
I think I was in JHS or so. I think that was in 2006.
So you started doing it, and how? Did you go to secondary school?
Yes, I went to secondary school.
And how were you doing both?
Okay, so in secondary school, I didn't do barbering. In JHS, I didn't do barbering in school at all. As I said, it wasn't something I thought I was going to do.
Okay,
it was
you were
after,
just doing it for fun.
It was just after SHS. That was when there was nothing to do now, and then like you touch a bit of this, you touch a bit of it. I was like, ah, nah, now I have to even cut hair. So then my friends would come over and cut their hair, and then one time, I think my sister saw a shop. They wanted a barber. That was later in 2014.
Wow.
My sister saw a shop. They wanted a barber. I was like, oh, since you know how to cut hair, and you're really good at this thing, why don't you go and try it out? Because there was nothing to do. I was like, okay, cool. So then, little by little, go to the barber shop, and then, I mean, people liked it.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, cool. Then let me do it for some time. So doing it for some time, it then became a thing. So yes, it was something that actually, let's say, chose me. No, I didn't go after it.
You didn't go after it.
That was a good...
That's so inspirational, because looking at how you've grown in the industry and from where you are coming from, I must tell that you had a bit of business in your mind, or what do you think?
Yeah, growing up, I always liked to buy and sell. Like people would send you, get something small. So I was somebody who I've always wanted to be independent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I wouldn't depend on somebody, so I had to do anything just to get money, like any good thing to get money. People would send you, maybe buy something and sell. I did rabbit farming, I did dog farming, so anything business, anything buy and sell, I was into it. So then, when I added all those little experiences to becoming a barber, and also I learned a lot of mistakes from the people that I work with, and then the things they did that I felt wasn't good for the business. I learned a lot from all those people, and then I just added it together, and then used that as my, let's say, my business mind or my side of, yeah, you get it. So just
how is the relationship like with the person that you learned from?
Well, it's been amazing. He's so proud of me, and every day, he's a Muslim, so almost every all their festive seasons and all that. So we link up and all that, and then we talk almost all the time.
That's impressive.
Stuff. He's excited about it, so we always talk.
Basically, how has the experience been for you so far?
I would say it's been tough. It's been good at the same time. It's been challenging, and it's been worth it. Because let's say, for instance, people now accepting the whole artistry of the barbering and all that. It's I think that is satisfying. But then in terms of standing out as a barber and trying to do what people wouldn't want to do, that's the challenging part of it. Because, for instance, like there are certain things that I feel shouldn't be done in the industry, which other people will be doing, and then people like when things are flashy and things look certain way. But most of the time too, it's not always the best way to go about the business. So those are the challenging aspect of it. But then apart from that, if it comes to the art of it, the business side of it, the clientele satisfaction side of it, it's been good.
Impressive. I'm really impressed. But don't you feel challenged, or don't you feel the competition? I feel social media has really come to help you guys in terms of, even when you talk about makeup artistry or even artistry as a whole profession. It seems people weren't really hearing more about you guys, but because the social media and there are influencers to promote what you guys do, I feel people are now getting to see it. Or how do you see the profession currently?
I think right now, let's say if I want to rate it, we should be at about 65% in terms of how we should be out there, and then how people should see our work or our art.
Okay.
Right? Back in the day, nobody goes to the barbershop except they want to cut their hair. But right now, you can actually sit in your house and then see a very good haircut that somebody has posted from the barbershop. So people are sort of appreciating it. I mean, the art side of it, and people are sort of like seeing what goes into, coming up with a good haircut or maybe a good hairstyle. You get it? So I think maybe the social media per se has been really good in terms of promoting us and also making people see the good side of our business. Because a lot of times people feel like barbers are, or maybe haircut or hairstyling is something that you just need when, I don't know how they see it, but I feel like it's a very important thing that people are now acknowledging the importance of it. Because without a barber, I don't think anybody would look good.
Definitely.
For me personally, I think the importance of it is basically just because people are now acknowledging what goes into it. Because a lot of times people post videos and maybe pictures of how the process was, maybe the before and afters of the haircut, and then people see the transformations. So they realize that no, these people are actually doing something or putting something into this to make it what it is.
You sometimes even see pictures of haircuts and you go like, wow, how did the person even come up with this idea? How do you get the ads? How do you come up with the designs and all of that? I know you say it's from the creative mind, but what are some of the skills that you would need if you want to venture into that artistry?
Yeah, so I always tell people, if you want to be a good barber, you have to have a bit of a background of art, right? You have to know how to draw, you have to know how to come up with designs yourself. So I always, if somebody tells me, oh, I want to learn how to cut hair, I tell the person, the first thing is, do you have a bit of art in you? Are you somebody who loves art in any way? Because if you know a bit of art, it will be easy for you to bring it into the whole cutting of hair, because this is like drawing with a blade or drawing with a pen. You can't clean it as soon as you do it. So it has to be something that you have a bit or some knowledge of art before, like as a basic before you come into the barbering industry. So I always say good barbers are good artists, because it's like drawing on a human being.
Definitely.
Yeah, so
you can't, like you said, you can't go back to it.
Yeah, you can't. As soon as you do wrong, you can't clean it. It's not like drawing with a pencil shade. So sometimes I feel like barbers need to be, or maybe artists in terms of like hairstylists and all these people, makeup artists need to be rated a bit higher than other professions, because these people are people who are doing instant like art. It's something that you can't clean, you can't go back on. So as soon as you do it, that's it. So I think these people should be. I think that's also now that people are seeing the part of it on social media, and then people are actually acknowledging that no, this is.
Yeah, getting the recognition.
You get it. So it takes a lot to be a good barber. It takes a lot to be a good artist as well. So for you to be a good barber, I feel like there should be a bit of a background of art. Somebody who can, maybe you like to draw, maybe you like to carve stuff, then you can come up with a
designs for yourself. You don't. So will you tell me that you've never stolen someone's idea of haircuts?
I would say inspirations, right? You get inspired from. There are haircuts that somebody will come to the barber shop and be like, oh, I want this design, can you do it? I'll be like, yeah. And then some people to that come up, I want some design. The person wants you to come up with something. They are imagining the thing, but they can't explain it.
Have you failed someone in terms of that?
Yes, a lot of times. A lot of times. And then maybe sometimes you see somebody's art and be like, no, this is good. You want to do it. Like,
and then you fail.
Yeah, so, I mean, I feel it's normal to be able to take someone's idea and then make it yours. I mean, at the end of the day, if nobody knows that it was someone's, then it is yours. But if somebody, sometimes I even I tag the people that I took the design from. Maybe somebody did a haircut and I feel like this haircut is really good. I find somebody who wants to do it, or maybe I show it to a client who wants to get something on their hair. Like, okay, what do you think about this? Oh, let's do it. Then we do it on the person. So I don't say it is mine, but at the end of the haircut, I was the one who did it. But then the design was, I took the inspiration from somebody else's act and all that.
I would want you to tell me what really has made your brand stand out, and you also share some of the challenges. But we'll do that after the break. Do stay tuned.
One of the universities set up in our pre-independence era, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Our international reputation has and continues to soar as a reference point in matters of science and technology, research and education. We believe that the future belongs to those who have sound technology acumen.
I love USD.
I love KNUST.
If you just tuned in, you are watching the CGC show on AAU TV, your trusted pathway to your growth. And we have been discussing tonsorial artistry, also known as barbering as a career. And Nathaniel Dogbe has delved into the issue. He's talked about some of the skill that you need, to draw inspiration, and even how to copy somebody's work to make it your own. Nathaniel, I would like to know what really has made your brand stand out.
Well, I would say for the past years, I've always been about originality, quality, and then let's say quality, and then the originality, and also trying to stand out as being different. You get it from everybody else, because everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's doing, let's say if somebody come up with a style, everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's trying to just sell the same thing to the public. But then we try to do it well and also make it original, and then also make it stand out. So I feel like that's what made us stand out. I mean from the time, because like, let's say there was a time that let's say all the barbers were had to like do dyeing and all that stuff. So like after the haircut, we have something we call enhancement. The enhancement is maybe, let's say, when someone is going to a certain occasion, or maybe the person has a program that the person wants to go to, then you can enhance the person's hair. So let's say a normal haircut, you do a touch-up of maybe adding colors or maybe black dye for it to be very sharp for the occasion, right? But the products that we use, some of it has some let's say harmful side of you get it, that you don't have to use it all the time, right? So then it became a thing that every time people go to the barber shop, they do the enhancement and all that. The enhancement, they have a type that, you know, after you do it, it washes off right after. But then there's some that is permanent for at least 2-3 weeks. Okay, so those ones is a bit dangerous when you do it all the time. Because in the description of the product itself, they say you should do it after a number of times, let's say 3 months or 2 months. So when you do it all the time, it becomes a challenge. But because people want to always have their work look some way, so they do it all the time, which was harmful. And also people sort of do it for the Instagram, for the social media, right? So they will do it for it to look good for the social media. But then we decided to do it for the quality of it, so that it will last. Even though after the Instagram you get the social media likes, you go out there and you still look good. And also we look at the health side of it. It shouldn't be harmful to the person. So we at Need the Barber's Place, or letting the brand stand out, is because of how we take the clients, I mean, as one of our #1 priorities, so that we care about the clients, and also care about the looks, and also care about ourselves. So it's not just about the how people are going to see it, but also the healthy side of it.
So if I'm getting you right, you base on, let's say, where the client is going, or if, let's say, the person has a wedding or something, or a concert, you base on that to give the person a hairstyle.
No, not really. What I'm trying to say is that, okay, maybe let's say you're going for a wedding, right? And then you want to look extra than your normal
depending
everyday,
on the look the person wants to have.
and also, like, let's say an everyday haircut. We have an everyday haircut. Maybe you cut your hair, you look normal as your normal haircut. But then maybe you have a show or an event, right? You want to look extra. So then we enhance it with products. Let's say maybe a black dye for your lines to be sharper and all that. But that you don't do it every day or every time you're going for a haircut. Because if you do it all the time, then it's harmful to your, maybe the texture of your hair, or maybe your health even. So, I mean, most people wouldn't really want to look at it that way, but then because of the side that, let's say maybe, it's just, it makes our social media look good. So we always do it. But it's not always the right way to. You have to think about the person's health in terms of how the effect it's going to have on the person. You get it? So we look at all those things. We look at the health side of it. We look at the glamour side of it, and also we look at the benefit side of it. So it's not only that maybe we just want it to look good all the time. Of course, we give quality haircuts. We make it look good all the time, but we don't use products or chemicals all the time. So I think putting the client's health first, and also looking at the benefit we're also going to get, makes us sort of stand out, because we are not only looking at the social media and all that stuff. We care about the clients too.
Has there been a specific hairstyle that you can boast that this has, like, you actually initiated this hairstyle?
Well, too many.
Really?
Yeah, too many. I have designs that nobody has been able to imitate.
Wow.
Yeah, so those are like, I have like maybe, let's say, 10 masterpieces of haircuts that nobody has been able to imitate. So what happens is that when we do the design, it goes out there, other barbershops do it, and then they post it. That's a normal thing in the barber industry, which is normal. It's very normal and very welcome. But then there are some that you do it and you own it. Nobody will be able to imitate it.
I see.
Yes, so those ones, we have like at least 10 pieces that nobody has been able to imitate it properly all over. I mean, across the world.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm very, very impressed, honestly. But how do you get your clients? Is it, do they refer people to you, or do they recommend you to people, or how do you even keep your clients, and how do you get clients?
Okay, so let me start with how we get them. Okay, so with that, most of it is from our social media and referrals. Okay. Right? Maybe somebody came and then they like the service and they recommend us to another person, and then it's like preaching the word, right? People come, they like what they get, and then they tell other people, and then they keep coming, and then those ones too come recommend other people. Yeah. So that's how we get our clients, let's say. And then how to maintain them is, I think it's about the quality of the service. I have clients that I'm still working on since I started. From 2014 till now, I still have those clients that are still here, that still come. And I have like almost all my clients that started with me up to now.
Still.
Yes. So I think it's about the good work and the quality that we are giving to them, and also we've been able to make them trust us because of the the type of work we do, and then the things we use as well. So I think that's what made us maintain the clientele.
I see. How have you been able to deal with clients in terms of they're not liking or yes, they're not liking your recommendation? Let's say a client comes in and he or she wants this particular haircut, but then you see it from the professional point of view and you tell the person, I don't think this haircut will fit you. How do you go about it?
Well, let's say it's just a few people who would want to argue with what you think, or maybe what you suggested.
From your clients,
yeah, from the clients, just a few people who come, and then the only times that we have that challenge is maybe when the person comes with a picture that, oh, I want this haircut, and then maybe the texture of their hair or maybe the shape of their hair is not going to suit the haircut in the picture. Then you'll be like, oh, I think we should do it this way. The person, oh, I want the same thing, I want the same thing. Then, but me, what I do is I explain to the people what it's going to look like before I do it. So when you show me a picture, I tell you what it's going to look like before we even start the haircut. So if you watch most of my videos on maybe or Instagram, you realize that I tell the person how they are going to look even before we do it, and they look exactly how I tell them they are going to look. So I think if like the level we are now, we can actually tell what will fit somebody. So we don't really get to have those challenges anymore. Like maybe a person can maybe, oh, I tell you your texture of the texture of your hair, this and this is what is going to be good for it, and then maybe the shape of your hair, let's do it this way, or let's touch this a little bit for it to come out the way you want it. And also sometimes you don't really have to like tell the client what it's going to be like. You just listen to what they want to do, they show you the picture, okay, then you add your technical side of the technical mind to what they want, and then give them what is going to suit their hair, and then still give them exactly what they want in the picture.
Although that is not quite a challenge for you, but what has been some of your challenging moments since you started being a tonsorial artist?
Okay, so the challenging moment was when I started having, employing people.
Okay.
You get it? Because people have different lifestyles, people have different backgrounds and all that. So that was when I started facing challenges. When it was just me, I didn't really have a challenge because then it was just me and the person. So I treat the people the way they like, and then it's all about me because when they come, they are coming to me. So there was no challenge. But now bringing other people on board, then now you have to deal with different attitudes, different lifestyles, different kind of people, and I'll also try to get a certain, because we have a certain brand and a certain style and a certain lifestyle that we live at Near the Barber's Place. So to be able to get the people to be on the same path, that's the challenges. And it takes some time for you to be able to groom the people. Sometimes some people come, they need training so that they'll be able to be on the same standard as we are. And also that's basically the challenge when we're getting people on board, because now you have to like try to bring something out of the people, and we all know that trying to change somebody is difficult, or trying to add to somebody is difficult. It takes time. So those are the challenges, because by the time you are done with this person, there's another person on board to train. By the time you're done with that, there's another person coming. So it never stops.
It never stops.
Yeah, so
that's quite impressive. What has been some of the benefits you're enjoying? I know you right now you have 2 shops. Probably the 3rd is on the way.
Sure.
And that's probably because you're getting a lot of money. But share with us, what has been some of the benefits, comparing it to, like, say you working for somebody else, and then you doing it right now. So you doing your own work right now.
Yeah, so the number one benefit is living your life the way you want it, having your own style. I don't think if I was working in a corporate institution, I'll probably have my hair.
I wanted to ask you about that, but
so I can't wear earrings, I can't live the life I want to live. But working in this type of institution, it's like you have the freedom to be yourself and do how you want to do, right? If you look around, you see that the barbers have their own style. Everybody feel the way they want to feel. It sort of gives you the freedom to live the way you want to live, right? So that's the number one benefit. The second benefit is I get to meet people who, and on a normal day, somebody with whatever degree or level they are will never get to meet. I've met like all the biggest stars, the celebrities in Africa.
Share with us. Your biggest clients, your biggest contracts.
Okay, I have a few of those too.
Okay.
It's not just one person. I've done Wizkid.
Wow.
I've done Black from America. I've done R2Bs. I've done almost all of them. I've done almost every artist. I've done Joey B. I've done Daco Vibes. I've done almost all the artists in Ghana.
Wow.
Almost all the top artists in Africa.
Wow.
And then a few ones from America and all those that maybe if I mention the name, it's not everybody will know them.
When do you intend starting training?
We intend starting training any time from now.
Wow.
Right after Corona and everything is lifted, we intend to take it off from there. We actually have the setup going on and everything for people to start, enrolling.
But in your salon, you don't do just haircuts. You do pedicure, you do manicure. What really inspired you to start all of those things?
Okay, so when we started, we were looking at a beauty house where everything is.
Okay.
You go there, you get everything. You get your hair, you get your nails, you probably get a massage, you get facial. So everything beauty. So it's a beauty house.
Okay.
So everything that you think about when it comes to beauty or any, So, that's basically it.
Tell students and people watching you out there, tell them what you would want them to hear. Tell them something to inspire them, to make them know that this industry is not as dead as they think, because it is as of now rising, just like other professions. So,
so I would like to tell everybody out there, if you ever dream of becoming an artist or a hairstylist or a barber or however way they would like to put it, one thing I would like to tell you is you have to have a dream, you have to have a goal, and you have to believe in what you're doing.
Exactly.
And also you have to understand that everything takes time. You understand? There is nothing that you just start the same day and then you start seeing the benefits. You probably have to do some sacrifices, you have to go through some hard times, some hardships, and then just don't give up, right? And also when you're doing it, do it better, and also try to give something that other people won't give. Because I think everybody's looking for something that they don't get just easily.
Yeah.
So try to be the best, try to be the better version of yourself, and always learn and upgrade yourself. And then I think you would definitely excel in the
It was so great to have you on the show, Nathaniel, to speak on tonsorial artistry as a career. Yeah. And I know that you are doing well, and I know definitely you go far.
Thank you.
That we're farther than where you are. Yeah. So thank you too for tuning in. Like you mentioned, you need to have skill, you need to have the passion for it, and you need to be creative. So whatever it is that you want to know about tonsorial artistry, he's here in Ghana. You can contact him on the social media platforms, and he will get in touch with you. And also don't forget, he said he will have some training, a bit of training soon to come. So do follow them on their social media handles and get to know more about their training. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Ajan Omi. Don't forget, the show is proudly brought to you by the Association of African Universities. You can follow us on our social media platforms at AAU_TV on Twitter, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and at AAU TV Official on Instagram. If you have any questions, you can send it via the email that is provided and the WhatsApp number provided beneath your screen. Thank you so much for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU. Keep watching it and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic. It's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV. It's a very important mouthpiece.
It's a data, it's a bank of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best and please continue serving.
AAU TV,
the voice of higher education in Africa.
Hello Africa and welcome to Impact Stories on AAU TV. This program seeks to celebrate academic mentors and highlight their achievements in Africa and beyond. My name is Irene Dufiade and I'm going to be your host for today's discussion. My guest today is a special woman, an academic, a consultant and an accomplished entrepreneur who has broken so many boundaries and limitations for women in Africa. She's currently the chair of the African Network of Internationalization of Education, team member of expert of the African Quality Rating Mechanisms of the African Union. We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, I would introduce to you my special guest. Did you stay tuned?
4 years ago, like most young people, I was clueless as to what I wanted to do and which institution would help me realize a great career. What better place to pursue this dream than Blue Crest College? With state-of-the-art lecture halls and experienced lecturers, as well as equipped computer labs, Blue Crest is indeed the right starting point. With certificate, diploma and degree programs in information technology, business administration, journalism, oil and gas, Blue Crest is the one-stop institute for everyone who is looking to have a great career. Enroll now. Visit www.bluecrest.edu.gh or call any of the numbers on the screen. Blue Crest College. Education for life.
Welcome back to Impact Stories on AAU TV. In case you just joined in, we just started with our conversation. And more info on my guest, she is the current president of the Lawe Open University and also executive board of the African Council of Education in Africa. I am privileged here to have with me Professor Goski Botiako Alabi. Thank you, madam, for joining us.
Pleasure.
It has been a privilege for me to interview you. We have waited so much for this day, and finally we have it. And looking through your CV, I don't know whether we can do justice to the things you've done, but we are going to try. You are, in your profile, you say you are Professor Dr. Mrs. Goski Botiako Alabi. Tell us how you started, because it's very important. You couldn't just get all these names, but you started from somewhere. Can you take us through your childhood, your siblings, your parents, and all of that?
Thank you very much. And once again, thanks for the honor. I think it's grace and a blessing for her to have this opportunity to be on AAU TV, on Impact Stories, you call it. Yes, I'm a Ga girl.
Okay.
A Nungwa girl. I come from the coast.
Okay.
My dad is from Nungwa and my mom is from Pram.
Okay.
My grandparents, maternal grandparents, were settlers in Nungwa.
Okay.
Okay. And so I had a very checkered background in the sense that I saw a bit of the middle class kind of, life, living, and I experienced the real slum, ghetto kind of, growing up. So I remember when I was a little girl, my parents had left me with my grandparents, my maternal grandparents, who were settlers and therefore were quite poor as well. My grandfather was an artisanal goldsmith.
Right.
And my grandmother was a petty trader, chop bar operator. My father was a civil engineer.
Okay.
So my father and my mother was a beautician. So my parents had a seemingly middle-class life, and my father was from a royal family as well in Nungwa. So, I mean...
You tasted both lives.
Yes. So, my siblings lived with my parents in Tema, in a story building, in a middle-class community. And I lived with my grandparents.
Why did you do that?
I didn't. It wasn't my choice.
Okay.
It was the choice of my parents, and I don't know why they chose to do that. But I think there is always preparation for a particular purpose and a particular destiny. Depending on your destiny, nature would take you through a certain kind of preparation. And looking back now, I knew that nature was preparing me. So we all lived in, one little room, and I had to wake up very early in the morning by 4 a.m. to go dump the refuse. I had to go look for water for the house, and I bathed in the gutter. I'm not talking about, something metaphorical. I'm talking literally. I bathed many days, many years in the open gutter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I went, selling, other people would say hawking every morning. Sometimes I go with condo, sometimes I go with sugar, or rice, that kind of thing. And I would walk like 7 miles to school every morning. It was a wooden structure. Today it's, it's a little block. Yeah, it's better. But at the time it was a wooden structure where we went to study. And so I walked 7 miles in and out each day. And I recall that during the vacations, in the evening, in the evenings, when I come back, not the lantern, we call it osono. Osono in my language, it's that tin kind of thing with the...
in my language we call it bobo.
Bobo, yeah, So with the bobo, I was sitting out there by the street, selling sugarcane and oranges, and this was where I did my homework every evening.
But your parents were well-to-do.
They were living, listen to me, they lived in a bungalow, a story building, in a middle-class community. And my siblings were driven to school in a car.
How many were they?
One was in Datus and one was in Toma Parents at the time.
Okay.
And so this was my story. And normally during the vacations, my father would come get me, to spend a little bit of time with them. And when I go, they had WCs. We didn't have any place of convenience. We need to go to the free range, to the bush and all of that.
they ate in Chinese plates, you know, and bowls. They washed in kitchen sinks, and even at the gate there was a small little, you know, kind of cubicle to store their refuse bin. So it was a complete contrast
to the life you were living.
Yeah, to the life I was living. I mean, but I knew I was very special, and my grandfather made me believe that I was very special. My father made me believe that I was very special. But one of the things I think that was not different amongst we the children was the fact that we had a very educogenic father. Our parents were very educogenic because my father knew the power of university education, the power of higher education to break the poverty cycle. So he drummed it up in us, you know. And I remember by the age of 9, I recall very well, because my father would normally give me books to read.
But I still don't understand why you were with your grandparents.
Well, you know, I think that one of us needed to be with my grandparents, and for some reason they chose
the chosen one.
They chose me.
That is very well. But can we talk about your primary education?
Yeah.
Do you still remember these friends that you had? Are you still in contact with them? Or?
Yeah, in primary school, yes. I'm in contact with a few of them. There is one that we attended the same secondary school, so I'm still in contact with her.
And which secondary school?
Nungwa Secondary School.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You were Nungwa again.
Ablade. We are the royals, proudly.
Yeah.
Royal. Okay, so yeah, so I remember there is Dinah Tete and her sister. There is Awo. There is John. Oh yes. There is Dominic. Yeah. Okay, so these ones I remember them, and I'm in touch with them.
You went to.
From Nungwa, I went to St. Mary's.
St. Mary's.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what program were you doing in St. Mary's?
I did physics, chemistry, math. Okay. Because that was what my father wanted me to do.
But not you didn't want that.
No, I wanted to do it. The thing is, my father had given me, at the age of 9, my father gave me something, whether it was a book or a newspaper, to read about Margaret Thatcher.
Okay.
Okay, and so I had read about Margaret Thatcher at the age of 9, and I read that she did chemistry, and she later did law, and she became, you know, Prime Minister. Yeah. So I wanted to be like Margaret Thatcher. I mean, I just wanted, my father had pumped it into me, my head, and I mean, that's just what drove, it drove me. And so I wanted to do chemistry. It didn't matter what it took. I just wanted to go to the university and do chemistry, and after that do law.
And then become the Prime Minister of Ghana, probably the President of Ghana. And then right from St. Mary's, you would enter into higher education. And who at the time, you said Margaret Thatcher, that would be your mentor, I would think. And aside that, did you have anybody around you who you looked up to?
Yes, there was. There was this woman called, I think, Christine Amwakunuama or so. She was then Minister for Science and Environment. She was pretty, I mean, a typical African beauty. And each time I saw her on TV,
you were inspired.
I was so inspired because she was a science minister, for goodness sake. And so, chemistry. And so, for me, I mean, I'll be reading her lips as she's talking. So, from afar, she inspired me a lot.
Okay. Let's talk about your university education, coming from the background of Margaret Thatcher doing chemistry. And so you would enroll to also learn chemistry?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, what had happened was that at sixth form that year, we didn't do well at all. And this was someone who had been first from primary school. People expected a lot from me. I expected a lot from myself. And then I went into the A-levels and I got 2 E's and a sub.
Oh.
So I failed in math, let me put it that way. And I couldn't enter the university to do what I wanted to do. But I was so broken. I was so devastated to the extent that I got sick and I got paralyzed. I lost my balance. I could not sit, I could not stand, I could not walk.
Because of your results?
Because of my results. And for 3 months, they beat me in bed. It was that bad. And many people who saw me at the time didn't know that I would survive it. Yeah. I was so devastated. And so I could not go with my colleagues to the university that year.
It was a blessing.
It was a blessing. The following year, I was going about my business when I saw an ad in the newspapers, which said that people with 2 passes, 2 E's, University of Cape Coast was inviting them to apply to do a 6-week kind of bridging program, and then they would go on the,
on the main degree.
On the main degree. So I did, I went, and then we went through the process. At the time, University of Cape Coast didn't even have 10 people who qualified for the mainstream sciences. So there were like
a lot of
us. And then, I just passed. I passed very well, and I entered the university. So that was how I got into the University of Cape Coast.
And then you went on to do chemistry.
And then I went on to do chemistry. I did physics, chemistry, math for the first year, physics, chemistry, math. The second year and the third year, boom, the first 40 will be selected to do chemistry. And for me, I have to be among the top 10.
That was your, that was your medicine.
Absolutely. I just wanted to do chemistry. So yes, I got to do chemistry. And then I went into phytochemistry, that's plant chemistry. I was very much interested in herbal medicines because I had worked with plants. I had done my internship for 1.5 years at the Center for Research into Plant Medicine at Mampo. And I enjoyed what I did. So I wanted to go into pharmacology. But then there was so much noise about food science. Professor Sefadede had made it so attractive, and they would select only 7 people at the University of Ghana. So it was that competitive, and people were like, okay, what about pharmacology? I mean, what are you going to do with it? So yes, I ended up switching from pharmacology to dreaming to food science.
But it's still chemistry.
Yeah.
And so from food science, you went on to master's degree.
No, so I did chemistry for my first
and
degree.
Then the master's was the food science.
I did food science and then field in food science.
That is very well. You had it in University of Ghana.
University of Ghana.
And then when you were going for your PhD, you decided to
into management.
Run away even from Ghana.
Yes.
To go outside.
I didn't go outside. That is the beauty of it. I didn't have to leave my family. I didn't have to leave my job. I didn't have to leave my position. I didn't have to leave the social things that make me feel, fulfilled. I could combine all of that with distance education for my PhD. And I tell you, the rigor, the quality of it, if anybody wants to test it when it is done properly, he should put them. There's so much research to show the quality of distance education.
Right.
And this is why I feel very strongly that Africa is wasting too much resources. First of all, we are creating artificial barriers for people, you know, and preventing them from realizing their dreams, preventing them from being integrated into society and learning the natural way, and forcing them to live
in a certain enclosed space
and go into a certain artificial enclosed space to learn something and come back to implement.
Right.
I mean, I've seen many of my colleagues who have gone abroad to learn chemistry, to learn food science. They cannot, for PhD, they cannot come back. Why? Because for the few who even come back, because they did not study here, many of them are not able to integrate.
Yeah. So we need to jump this question, and I would want to ask, was that the reason for Lawe Open University?
Absolutely.
Right.
See, my experience at A-level, what happened to me at A-level gave me one result. I told myself people should not go through what I went through that pain, because there is no one on earth who can tell me that I was not capable of university education at the time. It was a faulty educational system with a faulty assessment system that judged me wrongly and relegated me to the background. The thing I wanted to mention is that today there are two of us that I know who went through this program, who became deans and are vice chancellors.
Right.
Vice chancellor of public universities and myself, who went through this vast window of opportunity.
Right.
Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
So without that window of opportunity,
where would you have been?
Where would I have been? Where would this other vice chancellor have been?
Right.
So that was an educational system that was clearly faulty. It condemned people that it didn't have to condemn. And there are people who had, let's say, 6 A's, and let's say a D in mathematics, who wanted to go to, let's say, medical school. They couldn't go to medical school and they commit suicide. What kind of educational system is this? And when this happens, you haven't only wasted a life,
a resource,
but you have wasted all the resources that had been invested in this person. Look at the developed economies. Look at the gross enrollment ratios of the development economies. It's about 70. Compare it to that of Africa. In tertiary, it's less, just around 10. And yet, we don't want to sit down like the people of America in the black struggle, coming across a Booker T. Washington who says, damn the theoretical kind of education. Let's look at what people can do to make a meaning in life. This is what we're talking about. So my motivation for creating Lawe is to make sure that, number one, people are given a second chance. Lawe is a university of a second opportunity.
All right, ma'am. We'll go for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with what you have done, how you got to the top, and then we'll zoom in into the family lives. And so let's hold on a little bit. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Impact Stories on AAU TV, and today we are celebrating Professor Goski Alabi. Before we went on the break, we were talking about how distance education is important to you, and which made you go into opening Lawe University. Let's talk about your work of experience. Where did you start? We know you were with Mampong, the Institute of Plant Research.
Yeah. Okay, so I didn't work there.
Okay.
I did an internship there. There was a long strike action for a year and a half when I was in the university. And instead of being at home, I decided to go there and, you know, practice what I was studying. And it was very good. But when I graduated, I worked at CSIR for about a year or so, and then I left and went to Food and Drugs Board. I worked there for about 4 years. I was Projects and Research Officer, but Food and Drugs Board opened the world to me. Now, this was what had happened. When I went, I met a very hostile environment, an extremely hostile environment. And then my boss then, my immediate boss then, had given me a schedule for breastfeeding. Now, nobody wanted to have anything to do with breastfeeding and baby foods. And I remember occasionally people would laugh, nufunsu and all of that, you know. But yes, that was my lunch part. So the first time I had to go for a meeting on breastfeeding, I asked for all the files, and then I read everything that I could read. Then I made my personal notes, came home, went on the net, read a lot about, you know, the whole breastfeeding environment. So when I went for this meeting, I was very active. And then somebody from World Bank or whatever it's, or World Health Organization or something like that, saw me and said that, oh, they would like to invite me for more of their programs. So that is where it started. And before I could say Jack, a couple of months later, like a month or two, I was in the office when a letter came that I had been invited to the Gambia to participate in a workshop on breastfeeding. So while there, I was chosen to rapporteur. And then I took pictures. You know, those days you would have little cameras like that. And then wrote my notes. In the night, at around 11:30, thereabout, I was in the cafe of the hotel preparing my notes when the organizing team, together with some people who had come from Geneva and Malaysia, they came to see me. They said, what are you doing here at this time? I said, oh, I'm preparing my rapporteuring notes. And then the president took a look at it and smiled. She went, they left. The next day, I went to do my rapporteuring presentation. And then Madame Annelise Allen and Joe King, who happened to be, at that time, there was an organization called IPFAN, the International Baby Food Action Network. After the presentation, they came to me and said, man, young lady, you're just too good to be hiding in Ghana. We need to expose you. You're going to be talking for Africa on baby foods. We want to take you to the World Health Assembly. I mean, this was...
Just from being a rapporteur.
And I tell this story because it opened my career. Huge opportunity. And as if that was a joke, a couple of months later, there was a letter to the ministry, to me, asking that they put me on the national delegate list as a national delegate to the World Health Assembly, and that the international organization was going to sponsor everything. They came down, took me to meet the minister, and this was a thing that at the time, my boss of blessed memory, then Mr. Ajaku, Honorable Ajaku, late Ajaku, pleasant man, he had not yet set foot at World Health Assembly. Nobody had been there. Now the day came and I had to go with the minister and the entourage, and I was sitting in business class and I was looking at I was like, really? Is that how it
this
feels
is
like?
good.
So there are many opportunities, many things. There is always, you know, somebody will call it grace, another will call it luck. But I say that luck is where opportunity, right, meets preparedness. Opportunity meets preparedness at the right time. So if the opportunity and the grace comes and you're not prepared for it, forget about it. This was my story. So I get to the World Health Assembly and I was there, and man, they've given us training, and I see more than lots of people seated and big people talking and small girl.
You're also there.
I'm also there. So I watched these people, I watched the way they were doing things, and then the next time I'd gone with the minister and Professor Akosa at the time. He was the Director General for the Ghana Health Service. And then I wanted to talk because my international community are waiting for me. There was an agenda, there are things that I had to say. And I wanted to talk. And Professor Akosa was like, hey, that kind of thing. He's a very playful man. But then I mustered the courage to talk. And then for the first time, we were able to push something that, you know, and then they said they are going into meeting of the minds, and this small girl had to go and sit with the big people in the meeting of the minds. But this was the preparation grounds for me. And from there, I got into Consumers International. From there, the international community opened up to me.
Great. So you were outside of where we know you as Professor Goski, the academia. When did you enter?
Okay, so now how did I enter? So all of these things prepared me well for policy. I was put on the National Health Planning Committee, and I was on trade something. And I remember we had gone for a meeting on the Europe-Africa Partnership Agreements. And then, as usual, I made my contribution on the floor of the House. And then afterwards, some people from the EU approached me. And then they said, are you a consultant? I said, I'm not a consultant. I work for the Food and Drugs Board. They said, but you can do consultancy. I said, yes. And there was something, a project that, you know, the way I had spoken, they wanted me to be involved in. So again, a couple of months later, there was a team from the EU come to Food and Drugs Board. They were looking for me. And I thought that they had come to see the board. So I took them to meet the chief executive. And then we spoke. And they said, well, but the project they want to do, they don't want the public people to do it. They wanted it to be a private-led something. And then I said, but I'm not a consultant. So when the team was leaving, they called me aside and said, young lady, we were given your name from the EU headquarters, whatever, that you're a consultant. And then we have come and we say you're not a consultant. Can't you register a consultancy and bid for the project? So I did that. And then I won the project. I became a framework consultant to the EU. And the first job I won was 136,000 euros.
A lot of money.
And at this time, I had to do that thing, and I was at Food and Drugs Board, and I felt it was going to be a conflict of interest. But coincidentally, I had also been helping my husband with, you know, he was then working at IPS then, and they wanted to introduce the new programs. So I would type for him and all of that. So I said to him, but your programs, don't you have any liberals? Is it only business, business, business? You know. And then he said, what do you mean? And I told him, introduce things like environmental and quality management, something like that, because of the framework consultancy that I worked on. I've gained a lot of experience in that field, and I had been trained by the EU as well. And so I proposed that to him, and then he was like, really? Can you give me a paper on that? I did. And then I went to do a presentation to the director then, Reverend Marty. So when they were taking people to lecture, there was the advert. And my husband said, apply. I didn't want to do it. But now there was this consultancy, and I could see the potential conflict of interest. So I decided to apply, move from regulation into academia. And this was how I got into academia. You know, so it was everything.
And that's very well, because we know that you've moved from just being a lecturer to heading a center, being the dean of a center at the University of Professional Studies. And how did you go by that? Because we know that you were doing your works, you were doing everything. So how did you get to the top?
Okay, so while I was at Food and Drugs Board, I was made the coordinator of research and projects. And so when I came to UPSA, now that they've moved from professional to academic, I saw the need for a research kind of thing. So I was made research coordinator, and I founded the research outfit for the then IPS. Then when the school became a university, or even before it became a university, I had done a proposal for the establishment of a graduate school, School of Graduate Studies, or School of Research and Graduate Studies. So I was, when it was approved, I had worked for a number of years then in UPSA. I was moved from being research coordinator to becoming the founding dean of the School of Research and Graduate Studies, which I managed for 6 years. I had the first 3-year term as a dean, and then based on my works, I had another 3-year term as a dean, 6 years. And within that 6 years, it was the fastest growing school of the university. It had 9 graduate programs and almost 1,000, students. And it had attained the ambassador status for the Accreditation Council for the Business Schools and Programs, ACBSP of America. Because I had taken the school to
a different level.
To a different level.
So looking around what we've seen here, these are citations for you when you became the professor. We know you didn't just get there, but you had several works.
One of the things, in 2012 or 11, I can't remember, I did a presentation at Oxford. It's the Oxford Roundtable. It was a normal conference. I went to present a paper. And I was looking at the strategic preparedness of women in academic leadership in Ghana. I interviewed a number of women. I interviewed the late Professor Rama Adi, who was a biochemist as well. I interviewed Amate Eju, and a third one from the university, KNUST, who had won an award at the time. And I asked them some questions. I asked Professor Ramadi, she became a head of department. And I asked her, why couldn't you become a dean with all these things that you did? And then she said one thing to me. She said, my dear, the men ganged up
on me,
against me. I said, why? She said, because, you know, becoming a dean is an elective position.
Yeah.
And so you need to go through voting. And because I was a very firm woman, when it got to the voting, they didn't vote for me. So from all the interviews that I did, I learned one thing. It is one thing working hard, and another thing understanding the requirements of the environment in which you work. You can work so hard, but when you do not understand the requirements of the environment, you will not grow the way you ought to grow. So I told myself that I needed to really make sure I understood the requirements for each stage and where you can influence it.
That is the politics.
That is the politics of it. Yeah. But also, it's not always the politics. Politics is all around us, right? Yeah. But it is also about being strategic.
Right there.
It is about, when I say understanding the environment, that is loaded. You need to understand what is going on. But you do not make it apparent that you understand what is going on.
Right.
And so once I understood what it took to become a professor, I was just working towards becoming a professor. And I gave myself timelines, goals. But at this point in time, I want to submit my application. By this year, I want to submit. So I made sure I was on track. I was publishing, I was attending conferences, I was doing institutional development, I was doing all the things, because in UPSA then, and I believe it is still now, the requirements were quite stringent. You know why? Because you needed to satisfy 4 key areas. If you pass one and you don't pass the other, you will not move. The requirements were 1, teaching and learning, so you need to get a number of years and the quality of your teaching. Number 2 was the number of publications. Number 3 was institutional development, and number 4 was community service.
Right.
Okay, and there was a criteria. So I have chewed the criteria like Baba. If you wake me up,
you know what
I know what is in that book.
Right.
And so I just keep my own personal journal, and I arrange my file in the same way that the portfolio of evidence requires. Do you understand it? So my file is there. When I do anything, I'll go and put it there. So once I have what it takes, pam,
then you take it.
Then I bind them, and then I apply. So it's also about the personal goals. I had very, very clear personal goals. When I set foot in academia, I said to myself, in 10 years, if they mention 10 people in Africa with respect to quality management, my name should come up. I should be one of them. So that was a clear goal. And I have a mastermind group. I've always had a mastermind group.
That's very well. We know being a professor, you are supposed to have publications, but I would want to limit you to just one.
One?
Which publication would you say is Professor Gorski when we take the publication? It has everything you have in mind, everything that you need to, the goals that you set, what you want Africa to be. Which publication is
my
that?
book.
Your book?
My book.
What is the title of the book?
It's entitled Managing for Excellence in the 21st Century.
That is the book?
It's the book. It's a 400-page book.
Right.
Published in America. It appeared. It was listed in the New York Times. And
proud moment.
Proud of that book.
Proud moment. So let's talk about your awards. When we look at Professor Gorski, I have seen a number of times that you have received awards, both which even my association has recognized you with both ones you've received outside in Ghana, in Africa, international, everywhere, because we know your impact. Which of them would you say really touched your heart? It might be the smallest of it. It might be probably from your daughter, but which one do you think is the award?
I don't know if I have that one here.
Okay.
I'm not too sure that one is here. But I think it's the Obama Award.
Okay.
The Obama Award by TV Africa meant a lot to me because of the way they go about it. And I think it made me think about my life and where I had come from. And it made me remember some of the people who had helped me. You know, in my life, it's always been a threshold. It's always been. Almost every point I get to is a threshold.
Right.
So I remembered some of the people, in particular Mrs. Margaret Quist, who was then the Director General for Education. And I happened to meet after I had introduced her at a speech and prize giving day. And I wanted to go to St. Mary's and I couldn't go, but she had given me her card on that day. So networks makes you, really. So then, young lady, I was 17 years old then, I went to her office and I said, Mom, I've come, I want to go to St. Mary's. They said, no, they are not taking me. And then she said, don't worry. She gave me a note, I took to the people, and it was through her I got to St. Mary's. And so, I mean, Obama made me recall some of these people to thank them. And I think that on an occasion like this, that makes me reflect on how far I have come and the grace of God upon my life. I also would like to say it is not only by our works. It is a lot more by the grace of God and by the people we meet, the people who hold our hands.
And so we want to know, this is where it's of interest to some of us. Where did you meet Daddy? Where did you meet your husband? We want to know where you meet. Yes.
So I met him. I didn't know him. And I did not recall that I knew that he was even the MP or he stood for my constituency. In fact, I didn't vote for him.
That's not fair.
I didn't vote for him. But I was doing my master's and I had developed a solar cooker. And I wanted to present the solar cooker to the First Lady because I wanted us to take the solar cooker to the people in the rural communities so they could use. And so, well, they said he is the MP for my constituency and so he's a minister. And so I went to his office with my proposal and I said, well, big man, you know, I want to meet the First Lady. I have this proposal. I had compounded the thing very nicely and then I gave the thing to him. And then he smiled. He was very pleasant and he said, okay, he's very busy, but I should go. He gave me a date to come back. I went 3 times. We were not going to see the First Lady and my proposal was not receiving any attention. But at this point, I knew that we were related. We come from the same clan and you know, whatever. And so I decided that anyway, I'm not going to go back there. He's not going to see me there again. So I didn't go. And so when I met him anyway, he was very pleasant. But when we met, it took us only 3 months to get married.
Amazing.
We didn't know each other. We didn't know each other at all. I was kind of, someone had done knocking on me and he too, he had done knocking on somebody. And then, well, he says that I want to marry you. I said, man, are you serious? I said, okay, bring an application for love. He looked at me as if I was crazy. Then, you know, when I saw that he was serious, I decided to introduce him to my family, and that was a tough thing because my father was a very strict man and they really liked my fiancé at the time. He was a cool guy, gentleman, handsome and all. And my parents were so fond of him. So now how to go back and tell my father that this is what I wanted to do was, I said, young man, you know what? Do you love me? He said, yes. I said, okay. So you do anything for me? He said, yes. I said, would you go with me to tell my parents that you're no more interested in me? He said, are you crazy? I said, I give you 3 days, go think about it and come back. So, yeah, he goes and, you know, he comes back and says, Koski, I can't do this. I said, if you love me, you do it. Do you love me? He said, yes. I said, do it. He said, okay, I'll go with you. So he followed me to do that. Then the next day, his parents and his uncles marched him to the house. And then they said, well, our son said, you forced him to come and say ABCD. I said, but why did he have to do it? So then it was a tough time for me. But then my mind was already made up, and then I just took my husband to see my parents, and my father took him through a very long stretch of interview. What are your qualifications? What is your background? Out of politics, because he was a minister at the time anyway. So, I mean, out of politics, what is life like for you? Can you take care of my daughter? Sustainability issues and all of that. And the young man was seated there. He said, man, your daughter is just about getting her master's. He didn't say it aloud. I have a double master's, for goodness sake. So that was how we met. And all of this happened in weeks. Then before I could say Jack, the second month, we were supposed to marry, and my father said, no way, no, you can't marry now. You need a bit of time. I need a bit of time to know you because we don't know you. So anyway, my father extended the date by a month, and that made it 3 months. So it just happened.
Yeah, it just happened. And how many kids do you have?
2 kids.
You have 2 kids. I know Naomi.
Very bubbly and Joshua.
One. Yes, a very bubbly one. I know you are aging very well and beautifully. How do you stay fit? What do you eat, your favorite food?
My favorite food is rice.
Rice with any accompaniment?
Rice with contombre and a lot of fruits, a lot of fruits and vegetables. Like, I like my best is beetroot and broccoli and spinach, baby spinach, yes. I like them, and I like pineapples. And I like pineapples and pawpaw.
Do you like music at all? Because you are so focused. Do you?
Yeah, I do like music. I like, okay, so I like Nat King Cole. Okay. I like El Clue. I like Don Moon. Okay. I like now like the fancy ones these days. I like Benna Boy.
Okay, that's that. You are in town. You are in
I like Shatawale.
Oh, okay. You are a girl.
Shatawale.
You should like Shatawale.
I like Shatawale. I like Benna Boy. These are the 2 that I like.
You enjoy that. That's very well. Do you enjoy sport? No, you don't.
Nah.
You don't enjoy.
No, but when I was in school, I used to play badminton.
Okay. Okay, so that means you even participated in sport.
Oh yes, I did. In school, I played badminton for my hall. I played table tennis for my hall.
That's very well. And to the big question that is on my heart that we'll ask, and then probably we can end it, is that do you think as you get into your 50 that even now you have lived a fulfilled life, or you are fulfilled and there is more to do?
Not yet.
Not yet.
They are not fulfilled at all.
Okay.
Somehow, a little, yes. Because I feel that there is a lot more to do to reach out to the youth in a way that I have not yet done. And so that is really one thing that it's on my heart now. It's very strongly on my heart to go into more youth advocacy. So that's what I want to do. I want to commit more time to the kingdom and to spread the gospel around the world. So hopefully I'll be going into mainstream ministry very soon. Yeah, mainstream Christian ministry very soon. That's what I want to do.
And that is when you would be fulfilled.
Yes.
That would be interesting to see Reverend Professor.
I am a reverend already.
Okay.
I am an ordained and gazetted minister of the gospel, but I'm not doing it the way I ought to do it.
Yeah.
And so that's really what I want to do.
So I wanted to know, because we are going, so how do you manage all of it? Because you're doing to academics, entrepreneurship, also and all of that. So how are you doing it?
I think I have people who love and understand what I do. I think the first is my family, my husband and children. They support me a lot. They understand what I do. They regulate me as well. There are days they would hide my laptop so we can have some family time together. There are many days they would come put off the light and say, go to bed. But when that also happens, I know that I can call Munkaila, I can call Michael, I can call Johnny, I can call many of the people. I can call them at 1 a.m., I can call them at 2 a.m., and they'll be there for me. So it's about having people that you can trust, that you can rely on, to know that at the end of the day, these people would have my back covered. So it's about people.
All right. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
It has been an insightful interview. I know we'll come back for a part 2. So thank you for watching Impact Stories on AAU TV. My name is Irene Dufie-Ade, and I have been your host for today's discussion.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Agenda 2063 TV show, the only show in Ghana, the region and continent, telling you authentic stories about Africa's development. And even though we have spent the better part of some episodes telling you about the African Continental Free Trade Area, we always come back down to issues around Agenda 2063 and its development, because it's important, it's critical to the conversation about where Africa needs to be and where it needs to go. So my name is Emmanuel K. Benson Jr. I'm your regular host. Thank you once again for spending time with me. You're going to have a great show. We'll be right back. All right, so welcome back from the break. So as usual, we're going to have our 2 segments, the Africa Peer Review Mechanism Watch, and then the Year on East Africa. With APRM, we just want to go back to basics a bit. It's a new year, so it's important to remind viewers about what the African Peer Review Mechanism is. So the African Peer Review Mechanism is a voluntary assessment of member states, how they are doing, how they are faring.
on a set of parameters. How are they doing in good governance? How are they doing as far as decentralization is concerned? And all these other very important issues. However, not all member states are part of it. Right now we have about 39, around 40 member states that have acceded to the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, which means we have about 50 more countries to go. Now, there's not enough time because by 2023, the hashtag being towards universal accession by 2023, almost all member states should have acceded to the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, which means that in the next 1.5 years, we should really have gotten all those 15 countries. So the question then is, what are we going to do as Africans to make sure we put pressure on our member states to do the right thing and sign up to the Africa Peer Review Mechanism? It's an important thing. The Africa Peer Review Mechanism is an important institution. Just last December, they started having discussions around the African Governance Report 2021. What is it that Africans need to see by 2063? Is it a bright future? Is it a negative future? Is it a future where nothing is working? And largely, we are happy to say that the studies show that many young Africans are optimistic about the future of Africa, the future of 2063, where they need to be in 2063, which gives us hope that this conversation on these institutions of the African Union is actually making sense. It's going somewhere. So the Africa Peer Review Mechanism is an important institution. It's coming out with all these important reports, the Africa Governance Report, which I recommend you Google and have a read through. It'll give you a sense of how Africans themselves are doing good governance and what they need to do better. But also, most importantly, we need to remind ourselves that if we are to get the Africa we want, these important conversations are important. These are the kind of things that we need to do. So if you've never heard of the APRM, you have heard it now. I hope that you'll go out and take a look, but I also hope you stay with subsequent episodes so that we'll be able to help unpack more of what the Africa Peer Review Mechanism has done and what it's going to do for you to get the Africa you want and the Africa we all want. Thank you once again for this segment. Hope to give you another exciting one next time when we come back to a very exciting episode. So we'll be right back. So welcome back from the break, and again, here on East Africa. East Africa is one of my favorite regions. There's always a lot of very exciting things happening there. So I'm happy to tell you that you just missed a very important festival. It's called the Cannes Festival, hashtag the Cannes Festival. You can find it on Twitter. It's they're talking a lot about knowledge, art, and networking in Tanzania, some part of Tanzania. They said northern Tanzania, where they brought together a lot of musicians, activists, and all these people to have a very important conversation on Africa's development agenda. This year's, the first lady, so-called first lady of Kenyan hip-hop was there. She's called Nazizi Hij. East Africa also, Reggae Kings were also there, as well as a lot of very interesting East African outfits that are doing very interesting things around Africa's development. So with this Cannes Festival, we believe that it's an important thing to follow because it looks like with all the things that are happening around the continent, there's some exciting spaces that one needs to be and one needs to follow. And we are very happy to see that Tanzania is the one that is hosting this, even though we are hoping also that Tanzania will work harder at ensuring that the COVID issues are addressed, because we know that the cases are there, but someone is denying that the cases are high and are present. We hope that one they'll be able to sort it out. But let's keep our eye on the ball for this Cannes Festival for next year and subsequent years, because we believe that these are the kind of things that need to happen in different spaces if, again, we are to get the Africa we want. So take a look again once on Twitter, hashtag the Cannes Festival. That's the Cannes, K-A-N Festival. And hope you get some very interesting and fascinating insights about the annual Pan-African Festival, as it is called, in the beautiful country of Tanzania, where if you're in Ghana, you will know that you do not need a visa to travel to Tanzania. So I hope other countries also follow suit and relax the visas, all in the name of the African Continental Free Trade Area, so that you can move freely from one country to the next. So here ends our Year in East Africa. We hope to come to you next time with more exciting editions. Thank you. And we're going to get straight into our guest, Juliet Amwa, who will help us understand how the whole elections went with the all-media tracking system that they use for Pen Plus Bytes. Thank you. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. My name is E.K. Benson Jr. I'm happy to be here once again. We're going to be speaking to our special guest who's been here before with us. Juliet Amwa is Executive Director of Pen Plus Bytes, and she's going to remind you what they do, because we're going to have a very important follow-up conversation about what they did during the elections 2 months ago. So, Juliet Amwa, nice to have you once again in the studio.
Thank you, Mom.
Pen Plus Bytes, a very interesting title. Tell us once again, especially for those who were not able to catch it last time, what Pen Plus Bytes does, very briefly. Then we'll just zoom into what you did during the elections and why the role of the institution was very instrumental.
So thank you, Emmanuel. So Pen Plus Bytes is an organization that is 20 years this year. And we have focused on building the capacity of media persons and journalists. We also have evolved a little bit. And what we're doing in over the last decade or so now is to actually look at governance and perfecting governance models and governance systems. And we're doing that using technology. And so all the new digital tools and digital channels that you can think of, those are what we are using to help governments and development workers get the outcomes that they want to get.
Digital channels at this time, at an age of COVID, sounds very important and very popular. How are you coping, especially given this part of the world digital channels are at least the frequency, at least the fluidity, so to speak. How do you manage?
Yeah, and that's why we focus on both the use of those technologies and also the offline engagement of the users of those tech. So if we went into a rural community, for example, it's well and good to tell them how to use a smartphone. It's well and good to tell them how to use search engines on the internet, but they may not even have the infrastructure. And so there's a place for human-machine collaborations. And so we're always taking it offline, explaining the technology offline by using community-based organizations and focal persons who will be within the community, so that if it is an app, for example, that is tracking in Ghana the school feeding program or any social protection programs that or the delivery of any goods and services, public goods and services, for example, and we wanted to track the quality or the access to that service, we would say to the community that, look, we want to hear your feedback. How do we hear your feedback? We can't come in and out of the community. Here's an app. It might be a mobile app. It might be a platform, a mashed up platform that allows you to text or interact and to tell us what you're seeing within your community. That we then synthesize and send off to the duty bearers. That's very technical, highbrow. And so what we will do with the focal persons or the community-based organization that I talked about, is to have them go to the community and then be the ones that are using the platform to get the information to the duty bearers here in Accra at a national or state level. So we're working at the grassroots and using tech as an amplifier so that the problems that they're facing in accessing those public goods are brought to the fore through these websites and tech solutions, and then these are sent on to the duty bearers for decision making. So essentially we're closing the feedback loop.
Fantastic. Still sticking with tech as an amplifier, I think Pen Plus Bytes has been very consistent for the past couple of years. I think you're one of the organizations that has been doing very well in tracking using a number of systems, how elections are done in Ghana. I think, when did you exactly start doing that tracking, if you can remind audiences?
So for every election year, every election cycle, we start in June, 6 months to the election.
Okay.
Our elections in Ghana are usually in December, so we start in June. And in June, we're giving, we're amplifying the work that the Commission for Civic Education does in Ghana.
Okay.
We're amplifying the work that the electoral management body, in our case the Electoral Commission, is doing. And so we're sending out information about how to vote, what are the key messages. We're giving you bite-sized information about what the candidates are saying. And we're tracking all of that and passing it through infographics, through small skits and different little videos, you know, and animations. And we're putting out that information that these duty bearers have. We're amplifying it and feeding it to society.
That's quite some work, though. All very communication-related things, which obviously is very important. But specifically, what exactly do you do on election day? Even though you've gotten 6 months to prepare, but on election day you do it what exactly? Maybe help us understand.
Right. So we had, for this election and for the last 4 elections in Ghana, that's 2012. No, 2008. Yeah, 2008, 2012, 16, and 20. So for 4 elections running, what we've decided to do on election day itself. And again, it's not just on election day. Our work can't be just on election day, otherwise we will have set up to fail. So we have what we call an all-media tracking center. And the all-media tracking center is set up for 72 hours, 1 day before the election, on the day of the election itself, and then 1 day after the election. So it's 72 hours during that period. What does the All Media Tracking Center do? We have about 50, 60 volunteers who are sitting behind various monitors, TV, radio, these are the traditional stations, and then also behind a huge monitor which we have built a program on. The program is an aggregator. The aggregator crawls on social media to get some keywords. So if we put in the keywords such as ballot snatching, which is very common in Ghana, or we put in, you know, frozen BVR kits or long queues. These are all keywords that we feed the system. The system then crawls on Twitter, Facebook, and so on, and picks out anyone who is tweeting to complain about these issues. Once they're tweeting and saying, look, I'm standing in this polling station in East Legon area, and for the past 3 hours, we haven't been able to vote, or because there's no indelible ink, or there's no such this and that. People will tweet about it or put comments on Facebook. Our program goes and catches that kind of information and puts it into a processor, which we then see in our office. The guy who's monitoring the platform is then able to take out that, and we have a group of verifiers who are verifying to say, look, here is what our aggregator has brought to our notice. There's lots of people tweeting this. Is it fake news or not? And the only way to cross-check that is both by going online and searching if there are news media carrying that kind of story, or actually calling them, our embeds in the society. So we had journalists that we were working with who would be at those polling stations around the country, and we would call them and ask them, is it true that you haven't been able to vote for 3 hours? Once the verifier gets that information, they put it back on the system to say, this is verified true or verified false. The verified true now gets sent as a report to the Electoral Commission in real time. So we've already, that's why I say our work doesn't start on election day.
Yes,
it always starts a long time before the election. So by this time, we have already spoken to the Electoral Commission, and we have a liaison or liaison there, who we will then give the information to say polling stations X, Y, and Z are, you know, not working because of what this, that, and this, and these are verified issues. You need to resolve them.
Now, we're speaking to Juliet Amwa, Executive Director of Pen Plus Bytes. She's here today to give us part 2 of how it all went during Ghana Decides 2020. There are, and I think there were a number of CSOs and NGOs that were active on that day, but what we know about Pen Plus Bytes is its unique ability with the system that it already has. We're just learning about the aggregator, how it all works, and so on and so forth. And those are very useful things for us. Once again, a reminder of, you know, Africans doing things themselves, African organizations doing things, which is the kind of thing that we like to hear on this show. So back to you once again, Juliet. So this system that you have, is there any way in which you think it's a model that can be replicated for other countries and the elections, maybe in the sub-region, for example?
Definitely, and we've used the same system. We've got a project that we call the African Elections Project, and that project's been running for 15 years now. And what we do when we do get funding, because that's one of the things, is to take the equipment in there. Because I say funding because, yes, we use a lot of volunteers. We use a lot of data. We do have to have a physical space in which to set up, and we can't have offices in all of these spaces. But in the events that we have done, in this case, we did it for Mali in 2012 or something like that. And we've done remotely for Uganda and Malawi elections as well. What we would do is that it's the same thing. We go into the society, we ask them, what are the sorts of things that go wrong or right on an election day? So from there, we get our keywords, because remember that the computer or the robot only works as much as you've given it.
Yes, to work.
You know, so it's what you're teaching the robot to go and do that it does. And so we give as much information. We go into the community and we say, what are the issues around your elections? Is it the policies? Is it the political statements? Maybe the manifesto promises? What are the things that go wrong on an election day? Ballots, equipment, riots, picketing. What is it? Rains, maybe because you're holding elections during the rainy season. We put all of those into the system. And then we replicate what I have just explained, which is that you have to have somebody from the electoral management body who's willing to listen and willing to take on the reports. You have to have a group of verifiers who are verifying what the robots are bringing back from the field. And you have to have journalists or other sorts of volunteers in the field who are feeding you the stories and helping you verify.
Wow.
So it can be replicated.
So that's basically the verification is to ensure that nothing comes out as fake news, I suppose.
That's correct.
Wow. And that's a lot of people. The system is quite comprehensive, I dare say. But that's quite a lot of people to ensure that something that goes out. Are you able to have the verifiers focus their attention on that whilst you also monitoring the elections, because things can get pretty intense on election day, especially when you have your people out on the field, the agents making sure that they're next to the polling stations and so on. How do you reconcile that, the verification with the fast developments happening on the field?
Yeah. So for the fast development, that's what you need the AI for. That's what you need the aggregator for.
Okay.
Because we can't be everywhere at once, and so it's crowdsourcing the information.
Yeah.
So we're crowdsourcing. People are tweeting, people are Facebooking, Snapchatting. All of that is happening. You have one machine that's sitting there getting all that information into a room.
Yeah.
In that room, you have someone looking at the flow of the information and picking out the juicy ones, if you like, and synthesizing that. So that's 1 or 2 people. You have maybe 10 verifiers who've got mobile phones and tablets that are then looking at the information. They verify based on news reports. So they are not looking at the social media feed. They are now doing the first verification using media reports. And so if you say that you are in polling station Z and there's been a fire outbreak or guns, we expect that within the 30 or 10 minutes that you're reporting it on Twitter, there will be a news channel that's also reporting it live. And so we go and check for news items.
Okay. Fantastic.
If there are no news items, that's when that group of verifiers who are sitting in the room, they are not in the field.
Yes.
That's when they call journalists or any other volunteers who are in the field. These people are not necessarily people who work with us. These people are people who we have an understanding with, who, as they do their work of monitoring, so they can even be election observer groups that we've spoken to.
Okay.
Like this year, we worked with the EU Observer Group.
Wow.
This year. So we rely on them, what they are observing in the field, we use as part of the verification process.
So they came to you?
The EU came to us.
Okay, fantastic. So that's some important recognition there.
Yeah, the EU Observer Mission came to us to ask us if we could liaise with them to share information. So we had an agreement to share information between our 2 groups, as did the Foreign and Commonwealth Office observers. That's the UK and allied observers. They also have there. And then also the Ghana Coalition of Domestic Observers, CODIO, as well. So we're working with all these 3 observer groups who are already in the field. They've got masses of people and volunteers in the field. And what we have to do is have our 10 verifiers or so get onto the phones and call them and ask them to verify things as we see them unfold.
When you talk about volunteers, I want to revisit the issue of volunteers at this time, because right now we're in an age where it's quite challenging to find a job. You'll end up either spending the rest of your time doing many degrees as you're looking for a job or that kind of thing. These volunteers that come to help you, are they given something? Are they paid something? Okay.
Which is why when you ask the question about can this be replicated in other African countries, I said, why not?
Yes.
It is a question of funding. The volunteers are paid because they're there in shifts for 72 hours.
Yes.
So yes, they're paid. They're paid transport, they're paid data, they're given equipment to work with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're housed because they can't go back home for the 3-day period.
Yeah.
They're housed in a hotel.
Okay.
So that they can be there, because we're running a shift.
Yeah.
We're monitoring the system. You can't sleep.
Yes.
So we're stepping in, even though we have shifts of 10, 15, 20 people per shift.
Yeah.
You still need to have people on standby who, if people are tired, they can. So it's a 72-hour non-sleeping period usually.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So definitely it is something. If you're watching and you know that in the next 4 years, which will be when will that be? 2024?
That's correct.
2024 elections in Ghana. If you know that there's an opportunity, you better start preparing. Is there any background information, background knowledge that they need to have in order to be able to put themselves to this?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all, because when you do come, we give you training on what it is we're looking at. And the program is comprehensive.
Okay.
The program uses graph lines to show you linkages between what's going on in terms of this polling station's delay and how that's going to delay the results. It shows you who is saying what. It shows you the concentration of places where what we call hotspots and that sort of thing. So we show you how to read the system. And it's not even everyone who's going to have to read the system, because there are some people who are just monitoring and telling us what's happening on the news and giving us written reports. And there are a different group of people who are looking at the aggregator and pulling out the most important information. And then there's the group of verifiers. We train all of them to look at different aspects of it. We train the journalists and the other observer groups. We have a checklist of what we're looking for, so that they're not on the phone unduly when they're supposed to be. So it's a checklist of BVR kits. Are they there? If not, when did they arrive? So you can actually, I can pick a phone and say BVR kits, and then you can say item 1 or 2. Item 1 being maybe if they haven't arrived.
Okay.
And then item 2 being they're there, but the guys sitting behind them still also haven't arrived. And so if I say item 2, then
they know what to do.
I know what the problem is for that polling station as well.
In an age where we're talking about the Africa we want, we're talking about good governance, peaceful institutions. Do you think that democracy is a good channel through which we're going to improve our development?
Wow, that is a question, a $1 million question.
Yeah.
What are we seeing even in the more established democracy? It's something that my team and I have mulled over, we've laughed at, you know, we've kind of, and it's one of those things that you're not sure how to approach it. Yes, there are pros and cons to a democracy. It's like the question of, are exams the best way to assess a student's knowledge?
Yes.
Well, maybe they're not, but until something better comes along, that's what we have. And so in this day and age, until something better comes along, a different model, which is what African leaders themselves have to come up with. And we're sitting in the AU, Association of African Universities office. Maybe that's what the academia and African politicians ought to look at in terms of what are the new models. Is it democracy and communism combined that will work for Africa? Is it socialism, communism, a bit of democracy? You know, what is it? Or is it authoritarianism? And you know, that's mixed up, so that there are things in the constitution that are vetoed and are what they are. They cannot be so irreducible. Some irreducible truths, and we can't do anything. They're constant. What is it? it's something that the leaders have to look at. But
it was clearly a surprise question, just to get you to think and tell us a little bit about why, therefore, technology, the role of technology going forward, especially with the strange times we are in with COVID. Has technology, in your view, especially with this kind of sophisticated system that you have set up, has become the big thing that you would recommend that a lot of up-and-coming, let's say, graduates should probably venture into because of the kind of opportunities it will open up and their linkages for them to get the Africa they want?
Right, I'm not sure if I understand the question completely, and as you said, perhaps you asked it as a trick question, but we're back on track. But in terms of tech in general, I mean, it's important, especially if we're looking at democracy as something that allows and thrives on voices. As we like to say in Pen Plus Bytes, it thrives on voices, it thrives on participation. For anyone to have a free and fair election, for anyone to have a credible election, it means that it has to be broad-based participation without disenfranchising people, and it has to have information flow so that people are making good decisions, which is why everyone is in a tiffy about the fake news, the rise of fake news, the weaponization of information. Those are all threats to democracy. So to that extent, well, then technology does allow us to amplify voices. Technology does allow us to take information and feed it equally to the masses. So it's not just information that just the educated will get. Our system allows us to feed and break down information so that even the least educated people within our societies have the same level of information for decision making. So to that extent, yes, technology is important. It's something that governments must invest in. I think it's been said in different spheres, both for economic development and all that sort of thing. In terms of the university graduates that you're talking about, and is it worthwhile for them to get into tech? Of course it is. Absolutely. That's the new world. That's where it all is. If you look at COVID and what COVID-19 brought to the table, it was in Ghana that we couldn't even congregate, and there were no campaigns and rallies as we know them. But it didn't stop political parties from canvassing for votes. And they did their canvassing online using digital platforms. And so if you're a digital marketing student or a digital political analyst or whatever, that's where you should be going with your studies. That's where you should be going with your skill sets. Because yes, you did say that employment is tricky in today's age, but there's also a lot of employment, and you have to create that value. You have to create that employment for yourself. And so if tech is the new way of campaigning and you're a political student, political science student, you can't just learn the theories of it. You've got to understand how people are congregating online. You've got to understand how people are mobilizing online. And you have to make models that work both online and offline in terms of strategizing to win political party power.
Are there any challenges that you have had along this journey of the All Media Tracking Center, things that you think need to be done better going forward?
It's certainly the infrastructure and just the cost of data. And because there are places where people tweet, but they can't sustain the tweets, because that's one of the things that we went into the communities and said, look, if you want your voice to be heard beyond just the ballot box, you need to be able to go online and tell us your stories. But data is expensive. And so one tweet per day is probably all that people can afford because they switch off their data. And so the quality of data and the quantum of data that then comes through for us in the back office to analyze is very scanty, if you know what I mean. And so that was one of the challenges. The other challenge, as I said, was just the infrastructure. There are places which have not been reached with mobile telephony, or the networks are so bad that you're relying on those people, and those are the hotspots. Those are the hard to reach. In Ghana, we call them the overseas communities, because either they're flooded out or the roads are not good, so nobody else goes there. But those are the communities, because there's no police enforcement, the state can't control them. That's where the hotspots, the guns come, that's where the election violence erupts. But those are the same places where they're deplatformed, and we can't hear what they have to say, and so we can't send help to them. So it's a chicken and egg situation.
That's quite unfortunate. I'm just thinking that I recall seeing a study the other day, I think was it from the World Bank, that indicated that there are countries like Kenya have about 70 to 80% of their population that are fully connected almost all the time. And I can testify that when I speak to friends in Kenya, and we have a WhatsApp call for about 30 to 40 minutes, for example, my call will drop when I'm standing in the same place, around the same place, for about many times over, and theirs will still be on, and they're wondering why has my call dropped.
That's correct.
That can be quite embarrassing.
Yes.
You've been to Kenya a number of times, so I'm taking it to you about your experiences, and you've lived in Kenya too for a number of years. 2 years. What, in your view, do you think they are doing right that we need to do right? Is it that they're bringing the quality of data, they have brought the cost down to the extent that everybody can afford it and have improved it? I think Safaricom is one of the more dominant ones, and a very good one. So
I think it boils down to policies.
And what are we doing here? Because then I'm asking this, linking it with the work that you do, because we know, for example, that Kenya looks to us, to Ghana very well, and of course we know the role that Kofi Annan played in their election back in 2008. Supposing Kenya came to you and said, "Come and help us, monitor our elections," I mean, it would be a breeze. I mean, you wouldn't definitely not have a problem. But then, can you also go to them and say, "Well, can you bring Safaricom to and bring it to Ghana so that we can do what?" Just tell us a little bit about what you think we can do about the data. I know you're not a technical expert on it, but it is so key to what we do. Because even here, sometimes with the programs that we do, we have suffered technical issues. So just tell us a little bit about the experience, that country experience.
So I think that quite broadly, it's to do with the policies. And so what are our telco policies? We've got the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, we've got the Ministry of Communications. What are the policies that they have, and how are they implementing those policies? That's what we need to look at. Because I think that Kenya, with their M-Pesa, they're far advanced. I think that worldwide, this whole mobile money platform that we have for payments it originated in Kenya before it even went to India, where it then caught fire, and it's now, all over for third world countries, especially where there are huge non-banked populations who can use their mobile phones to do banking and financial transactions. It all started in Kenya, and if you look at on the balance, the number of games even or mobile apps that are from Kenya on Google Play Store, on Apple Play Store. It's
embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. They're miles and miles ahead. So if you look at all of that, I would hazard to say that it comes down to the issue of what's the policy, what they set their minds to do, and how are they living it out? Perhaps they have what we had in 2003, 2004, ICT development for all, which has fallen by the wayside. Maybe they have that kind of policy and they've lived it out, where they know that, look, this is the new world. Tech is big money. Let's, first of all, bring down the costs that people like MTN or Safaricom are bringing into the country. Once we make data affordable, and these people cannot charge certain amounts of money, then we look at how we can educate people and get them digital literacy skills. Then after that, once they have good and stable data, so you come and build the infrastructure. If you have a minimum set of infrastructure, we're not allowing you to operate here. So that's a policy that says that MTN or Safaricom or whoever has to have a certain minimum level of infrastructure. They have to go to hard-to-reach communities just the same as they do for urban communities. So once they have that, then they look at the data. In Ghana, until last year or the year before, if you bought 2 gigs of data for whatever, $10, $15, $20, and you were not able to use it within a specific time, it was
because there was expiry.
Yes, there was an expiry date until last year or the year before in Ghana, where now they call it the rollover. Because otherwise, then you've lost $20 to data that you hadn't used, and so on and so forth. Are you with me?
Yes,
so that's a policy. That's a policy that perhaps exists. I don't know their policies, but perhaps that exists in Kenya, that's allowing the young people good data, good telco infrastructure, a good digital literacy and education platform. They are doing exploits. That's all I can say about that.
So, in fact, as we begin to wrap up, I just want to remind viewers and also listeners that we're having a conversation with Juliet Amwa, Executive Director of 10 Plus Bytes. We've had a very interesting flashback of how the All Media Tracking Center during the elections was used, set up with volunteers, verification systems, and all these kind of things, and how very important it will be for the next election and subsequent elections as well. The irony of it all is that the most important thing that will sustain it, that the challenge that they need to overcome, is data. So even though the conversation was on how it went during the elections and how their system was used, because of the tech conversation around elections, and especially at these very difficult times, it was important to revisit the challenges that they have, which was, we have identified what the biggest one is, data. So we can easily say that the country experience that Juliet has had in Kenya, having lived there and also having seen how Safaricom does very well. If anyone from Safaricom is watching this program, anyone connected is watching, what is it that we need to do very quickly to ensure that it is not just happening in Kenya, that the data is fluid, it's fast, and it's very convenient for all, but for all Africans? Those are the kind of conversations we're having. And I think in subsequent issues and editions, we will be having that conversation, because we are now in a tech world where most of us spend the majority of our time behind screens. And we cannot do this, even for our school kids, if the data is not fast enough. So wanted to tease that issue out for new episodes. So if we really want the Africa we want to get to the Africa we want, these are the kind of things that we need to talk about. But I think 10 Plus Bytes seriously has been doing very well under the very difficult circumstances. We have 5 telcos here, and so it is quite unfortunate that we still are talking challenges of tech. So Safaricom, if you are there, come and help us understand how you did it. But in wrapping up, Juliet, what will therefore be your takeaways, bearing in mind that we are in a COVID people say strange times and all these other things, Twilight Zone, blah, blah. But what would be your takeaway for the young people out there, for researchers, for the academia, for the demographic that will be watching this show, and especially in the context now that we have very big thing around the African Continental Free Trade Area, which people say there's a zeitgeist, all these things. What would be your message from your organization about how far you have come in the 20 years and what can be done, how other organizations can come to you to also learn from the great things that you have done?
So, well, thank you, Manuel. I think that for us at Pen Plus Bytes, our main thing is how to improve governance using technology across Africa. And so what we're in the market for at the moment is collaborators. We want to be able to use collaborators and affiliates across the sub-region and, in fact, the greater African region to maximize and improve the work that we're doing in Ghana. We know that it's great work. We know that tech is getting the results that it needs to get. We're interested in doing the same exact things in Mali, in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, wherever that people have the need for these sorts of tech inputs. But definitely the key takeaway for us is that tech and the social media platforms and the new digital tools that we have currently, they are important, but we all have to use them carefully and wisely so that we do get the Africa that we need. We can't allow fake news or bits and pieces of misinformation to affect the way that we make decisions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that cautionary note. And thank you, viewers, for taking time out of your busy day and schedule to listen to us. And if you missed the first episode where I interviewed Juliet, where she explained a little bit more about how the organization works, you can always go back to the Association of African Universities TV platforms on YouTube and Facebook. YouTube has 10.7 thousand followers, and the Facebook has a lot of followers as well. So you'll do well to check out all the other programs as there, as well as the Agenda 2063, other episodes that help speak to us about getting a sense of what is this whole Agenda 2063? Is it the African dream? What is it exactly? These are the kind of conversations that we like to have on this show. So thank you once again, Juliet, for coming. And we hope to be able to speak to you next time when we have another very exciting episode. Thank you. My name is E.K. Benson Jr. I'll come your way next time. Have a great day. Goodbye.